Well, good afternoon. Good afternoon. We're excited today to start Tech with Soul 2022. My name is Kane Nicholas, and I'll be the MC or moderator for today. We're extremely excited to have you today. Again, my name is Kane Nicholas. I am a board member of We Are Digital. We Are Digital is a nonprofit organization that is affiliated with Media is Equity. But before we talk more about Media is Equity, I want to talk to you about our honored guest that we have here today. Without further ado, it's so much we can say about this gentleman. He's been a visionary, a civil rights leader. He's been someone that we can depend on for representing people of color throughout the globe. But before I go on, I'd just like to read a few comments about Dr. and Reverend Dr. Benjamin F. Chavis Jr. He's an author, international entrepreneur, chemist, ordained minister, PBS producer, and global podcast host of the African American civil rights veteran of over 60 years. He's an icon. He's currently the president and the CEO of the National Newspaper Publishers Association and representing the Black press of America. And that office is based in Washington, D.C. With that being said, I'd like to introduce the one and only, as well as a board member and chairman of the board for We Are Digital, Reverend Dr. Benjamin F. Chavis Jr.
Thank you so much, Kane. And I'm very pleased to participate in Text with Soul. Listen, this is not only a great honor and a privilege for me to join with you. And over the next few hours, we're going to be focusing on the technological innovations, the technological developments. We're in the digital space. We're in the artificial intelligence space. But we also, on behalf of communities of color throughout the world, we want to make sure that there's no digital divide, no artificial intelligence divide, or no gap where communities of color are losing out. In fact, the good news today is, and that's why I'm so glad we've, um, you know, characterized and planned tech with soul. Uh, uh, you know, Tech not only has the data, tech not only has the ingenuity and the science that we need to base our judgments and our commitments on, but tech has soul. And that's what we're going to discuss today. And I want to thank Tech This Out for helping put this out. I know a lot of people are watching this, millions of people on being live streamed on various channels around the United States and across the world. This is a global production. This is an international production. And I just want to thank you, Kane Nicholas, for your leadership and for your involvement and for serving as the moderator of Tech with Soul today. Let me just say a few introductory remarks about where we are, uh, even amidst this global COVID-19 pandemic. There's no place on earth that has not been impacted. There's no community on earth that has not been impacted. And in some sense, some of our communities have been disproportionately impacted by COVID-19. But we call this conference, we call this gathering because we thought it was so important that people can use technology to connect with one another in spite of the pandemic, and that we can deliver some updated information and we can raise the bar of all the opportunities that are available, particularly to communities of color in the technology space today, in the digital space, in the artificial intelligence space, in the robot space. And now later this evening, I'm going to be interviewing Sophia the robot. This is going to be a unique, Brother Kane, opportunity, a historic dialogue between me and the world's leading robot, Sophia the robot. I'm really looking forward to it. So we've got some real heavy hitters coming up for workshops throughout this evening. And I know we're on at noon in Pacific time, with 3 p.m. East Coast time. But also, I know that there are people in Asia, there are people in China, there are people in Africa and India, all over the world, Europe, and other time zones also tuning in. So on behalf of Tech This Out, on behalf of We Are Digital, I want to welcome everybody to Tech with Soul. And I will just affirm that this is going to be a great time. We are beginning 2022 on an optimistic note. And some would say, well, how is that possible given the presence of the pandemic? Look, because of science and because of innovation, many people in the world now are not only getting the right vaccinations, the right testing, the right wearing of masks and taking all the protocols, but I think joining with the World Health Organization, I believe that 2022 will see a time when all of humanity will get a better grasp of this pandemic. But let me just say, suppose we did not have science. Suppose we did not have scientists. Suppose we did not have medical researchers. Suppose we did not have engineers, the STEM fields, science, technology, engineers, and mathematics. These disciplines, academic disciplines, helped us to not only respond to the pandemic, but also bring about relief to millions of people and keeping other millions of others safe from it. The reason why I make that relevance, Kane, is because I want us to understand that there are some in the world today who are anti-science. They don't believe in climate change. They don't believe in science. And some don't even believe that we have a pandemic. But the majority of the world's population depends on science to improve the quality of life. And that's why Tech with Soul is so relevant and timely right now. There's some information that we want to share with you about the opportunities for career development, the opportunities for wealth building, the opportunities to grasp not only the latest technological innovations that science has brought, but also to be involved. I'm very pleased that intergenerational struggle for freedom, justice, and equality. You know, my background is civil rights. I worked with Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., and his dream was just not an American dream. It was a global dream of the oneness of humanity, of the beloved community. But Dr. King also knew the importance of science, the importance of technology, the importance of innovation. And that's what we're going to discuss throughout the workshops that are beginning very shortly in Tech with Soul. So on behalf of the National Newspaper Publishers Association, which I represent, and I'm pleased to be the chair of We Are Digital, I want to thank again Tech This Out. I want to thank Mac Johns and all the people, you, Kane, George, and all the others, Tish, and everybody helped work to put this important and timely and historic workshop together, streamed live all over the world. Tech with Soul. And this also, we know we're at the beginning of CES, which is one of the world's largest gathering of technology annual. So we're starting off 2022. We're starting off even 2022 CES with this particular workshop. So I'm very grateful for the opportunity. I'm looking forward to having this historic interview later in the program. I think it's going to be 5 o'clock Pacific time, 8 p.m. Eastern time, where I will have the historic interview with Sophia the robot. So I know I have limited time. I'm watching my clock. I'm trying to be on time, King. I just want to say one final word in transition and pass it back to you for our first workshop. I believe that Tech with Soul is opening the door, is raising the curtain as we begin 2022, where communities of color and all communities will find ways and means to work together, to learn together, to research together, and to apply the findings from that research to improve the quality of life. I believe that science plays an invaluable contribution. You mentioned, yes, I'm a minister. I'm in the religion field, philosophy field, but I'm also a chemist. I know the importance of science. I know the importance of STEM. And that's why I readily agreed to be a part of We Are Digital. I readily agreed to make some introductory remarks as we begin Tech with Soul. Kane, thank you so much for this opportunity. And I look forward to a great evening of innovation, a great learning, a great sharing, and eventually a great transformation of the world in which we live in. And I didn't mention civil rights to space, but that's my sort of little theme right now, because I think that as we have a perspective, our perspective can't just be on Earth. It also has to be intergalactic. It has to be interplanetary. So with that, good luck. God bless. We're aboard. The curtain is up. The stage is set. We're ready for Tech with Soul.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chavis. It's a pleasure and an honor to be on the same board with you. And I know that with your vision and your leadership, and it's the word is how do they say it in French? But my French may be a little off. But in terms of your dynamicism, I mean, thank you for the work that you've done for the world. We're extremely excited to have you.
Well, in French, I would say très bien, merci.
Excellent. Because again, this is a global platform. I'm going to talk a little bit about Media is Equity. And so Media is Equity is a venture capital arm of Digital Mindstate, offering multi-platform advertising in the United States as well as the United Kingdom, in exchange for equity in companies with strong potential growth. And so with having you, Dr. Chavis, aligned with We Are Digital, with Media is Equity, with Digital Mindstate, I know that everybody that's at home or in their office, that they're well aware that we have the right teams and the right people in place to transition. So with that said, I want to thank you, Dr. Chavis, for being on, and we can't wait to see your conversation with Sophia.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. God bless.
Well, that being said, we're going to go right along with the program. We have a fully stacked program for today that we've been planning, because we are very aware of how the technology should move. And when things happen, we move with it and we make things happen. And so I just wanted to give a brief housekeeping of the events that's going to be happening today. First, we're going to, at 12:15, we're going to have Crypto 101. Is it safe or is it hackable, with Dr. George Fraser. At 1 o'clock, we're going to discuss non-fungible tokens, NFTs, and the future of brands. At 2 o'clock, we're going to have ideas, startups, and entrepreneurships talking about access to capital. At 4 o'clock, we're going to be talking about the future of workforce development, and I can't wait for that particular panel. And then at 5 o'clock, we're going to see our beloved Dr. Chavis again, who's going to be having a one-on-one conversation with Sophia the robot, who is all the way across the pond, that's going to be with us today. So please stay tuned. With our first event that's going to be happening in a few minutes, I want to introduce our next panel moderator, Mr. Will Lucas. Mr. Will Lucas has 20 years of marketing and product strategy experience in entertainment, art, and software, and is a former director of marketing for Universal Music Group, working releases with Jay-Z, Dr. Dre, Eminem, U2, Beck, and dozens more gold and platinum selling artists across Universal's distribution labels. Other endeavors that he's included is a gallery owner, art scene creator. And so when we have him, he's going to be moderating this conversation when it comes to NFTs. And that being said,
hey, can you hear me all right, Kane? I can't hear you. For some reason, you sound muted to me here, Kane.
There we go. How are we doing now?
Perfect.
Oh, how much of the good introduction did I miss?
Well, I think you hit it, the nail on the head. I think I was invited here because of my background in media and also my current software background. And it all kind of comes together in this conversation around crypto, NFTs, and everything else. So it's a pleasure to be here with Tech with Soul. I get chills thinking about us looking forward, positioning ourselves correctly in this new landscape. So I'm here to serve, and I want to do my best for this endeavor.
Oh man, it's a pleasure to have you here, and thank you for being here. Like Dr. Chaver says, we're doing it. So I'll take it away and give it to you with
Sure. What I'd like to do is it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. George C. Frazier, and Dr. Frazier is a Cleveland-based author, an entrepreneur, a speaker, and has dedicated his 77 young years of life to the advancement and transfer of intergenerational wealth for Black people. He wants Black people to be the number one employers of Black people. And he wants to facilitate a global network of African descent to take us into this new area. So it's my pleasure to welcome you, Dr. Frazier. You've inspired me personally with your talks, and I just want to say thank you so much for being here, first of all.
Well, it's an honor for us to be on this stage together. You are a giant in your space, and I couldn't have a better person teeing it up for this. I think what will be a very rich conversation, and we'll leave some time at the end.
Yeah, I want to ask you. I know that you wanted to come here to talk about cryptocurrency and our community. And so I have a very basic question for you. Why should Black people care about cryptocurrency today?
That's a deep question. That's an inch wide and a mile deep. And I tell people the key to success today is to be an inch wide and a mile deep in your subject matter expertise, and then be a mile wide and an inch deep in matters of the world. So let's talk about why crypto, why us, and why now. Now, we don't have to think about this new phenomenon. We don't have to take the risks that are associated with it. All investment have risk. This is a new phenomenon. Instead of risking anything new, we can play it safe by continuing our slow decline into obsolescence. I don't think this is the time to play it safe. I'm 77 years old, and I have never seen an economic opportunity like this. This includes, I was around when the internet was introduced, when smartphones were introduced, even when cable television was introduced. This opportunity in crypto is broader, deeper, with implications that will impact the entire globe. Let me say that a different way. There is an economic tsunami coming upon us. And in the next 5 to 10 years, according to Forbes magazine, cryptocurrencies will replace the dollar. We have to be a part of it. Now, it is the wild, wild west out there. Make no mistake about it. This is an unregulated industry. It's like the San Francisco gold rush, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's not going to last for long. At some point in time, when economic opportunities like this present itself to the population, ultimately they are regulated. Right now, there are no regulations. Right now, you can close the income and wealth gap with this particular kind of investment faster than anything on earth at this moment in time. Cryptocurrency is the future. This is why I'm doing it. Why? Because I'm doing it for my children. I'm just fine. I've done okay. I don't really need any extra money to pay my bills. Okay, I'm fine. Why am I doing it? I'm not bragging. I'm just saying I'm doing it for my children. Because if our children cannot see the future, they will not pay the price. Everything we do for our children. So that's a huge reason for me personally in my 8th passage in life. We get about 8 passages. Each passage is about 10 years, Will. Right? What does that mean, Dr. Fraser? Well, you're a different person at 10 than you were at 1. You're a different person at 20 than you were at 10. Let us pray. You're a different person at 30 than 40, 40 than 50, right? 50 than 60, 7, and so forth. So we're constantly evolving and changing. And if you're lucky, you'll get 8 of these passages. I'm in the 7th year of my 8 passage. So I am setting this up for our children. Make no mistake about it. And so that I can answer the question when my grandchildren, and I have grandchildren, and hopefully I may live long enough, Will, to have great grandchildren.
We should all be so lucky.
We should all be so lucky. Absolutely. They will ask Poppy, that's what they call me, Poppy, what were you doing during the crypto introduction of crypto to the world, so that I can give them a sensible answer? I was setting up your future. That's what I was doing in the crypto world. Now, are there risks? Yes. Are there high returns? Absolutely. No risk, no reward. No resistance, no strength. No rain, no rainbow. There are no investments in this world that does not have some form of risk. So what I did was a comparative analysis. And I'm old school. So the standard for OGs back in the day, Will, were S&P 500 stocks. That was the standard 30 years ago. So my wife and I, Nora Jean Fraser, invested $8,000 30 years ago in S&P 500 stocks.
Just on the index?
Hmm?
On the index, just as an index, S&P?
Yes, S&P. That's right. That's the gold standard of stocks back in the day. The blue chip stocks. All right. So I had a portfolio of blue chip stocks. Not all of them performed excellently over the time, but most of them did. So today, 30 years later, that $8,000 that we invested is worth $783,086. $783,086. And again, that was the gold standard back in the day, right? So if we look at current investments, if you look at, let's say, a savings account, which was gold back then, but today a savings account pays you about 0.5% annually.
Sometimes less.
Right. A 5-year certificate of deposit today pays you about 3% annually. So both of those financial instruments, if you invest in them, you are going to lose money because it's not keeping up with inflation.
Right.
So I would cross those off. Don't save your money, brothers and sisters. Invest your money. Let me say that a different way. Poor people spend the money that they make, and rich people spend the money that their money makes. What you want to do is invest, make money on your investment, and that's the money that you spend. If you look at mutual funds today, they can earn you about 10 to 14% annually. 401ks, which is very popular with us, will can pay you about 10 to 11% annually. The stock market pays about 9.2% annually. S&P 500 stocks, the blue chip stocks, pay about 14% annually. Real estate pays 10 to 11% annually, and gold, if you like hard metals, it pays about 11% annually. Those are the major options that we have today until crypto came along. So let me just talk quickly about my crypto returns in just the last 12 months. In January, I began investing conservatively, mitigating some of the risks. I began investing in what I call crypto platforms, not necessarily the coins. There are 4,000 coins out here, and it's a guessing game on how they're going to go and up and down. So I began investing in platforms, a small portfolio of crypto platforms. You got in with crypto and you got paid with crypto. All right. So I started with $800 in cash. That grew to $15,000, which is about equal to the $8,000 I put in the stock market in 30 years ago, right? So over a 12-month period of time, I invested 15,000 out of my pocket, and I've ended up with, on 4 platforms that I've been invested in, over $400,000, right? So $400,000 with a $15,000 investment in crypto platforms. Now, Will, if you know something that can pay you a higher return than that, please tell Dr. Fraser, and I'll invest in that with you in a 12-month period of time. I don't know what can pay a higher investment in that.
It's amazing.
400,000 made on 15,000 invested in various crypto. So again, the cryptos that I put in were Ethereum and Bitcoin. I stay with the most popular ones. So this is the opportunity that we have. Now, what is my advice to brothers and sisters who are listening to this, right? My advice is very, very simple. Educate yourself, brothers and sisters. Educate yourself. There's a ton of webinars. There's a ton of information. Spend some time and learn about this phenomenon. That's number one. Number two, don't do this alone. Do it with a group of savvy investors and people who understand crypto and follow their lead. So number one, educate yourself. What did Socrates say about education? Socrates said that the only good is knowledge and the only evil is ignorance. So educate yourself. Number two, don't do it alone. Don't try to figure it out on your own. Work with some experienced brothers and sisters or whomever you so desire, but follow their advice and counsel. That's the second thing. And the third and final thing is life is on the edge. That's where life is. That's where life is lived, on the edge. And you must go to the edge, my brothers and sisters, and leap off and grow your wings on the way down. Or as Bernie Mac would say, bust a move. Do something. Okay. One of my favorite books is by James Baldwin. And James Baldwin, in his book, The Fire Next Time, warned Black people regarding the necessity of embracing change and evolving past our limited ways of thinking. We operate out of a scarcity and a fear mentality. Now, I understand the reasons for that. 350 years of hell that we went through. I understand why we play our cards close to the chest. Why we operate out of fear and scarcity? Because it was scarce for us, right? And we were fearful for generations.
Mm-hmm.
We now have to fix that. We have to heal that. It was not our responsibility that created that kind of thinking, but it is now our responsibility to solve that problem. Okay. We are liberal when it comes to social policy, and we are very conservative when it comes to financial matters. James Baldwin closed his book, The Fire Next Time, and I quote one of my favorite authors of all time. I grew up with James Baldwin back in my New York days. And here's what he said: God gave Noah the rainbow sign. No more water. The fire next time. Bust a move. Get invested, get involved in crypto. Put your money to work harder for you than you did for it. You have a moral obligation to do that. In fact, if you're working harder for your money than your money is working for you, then your money is pimping you instead of you pimping your money. Crypto is a huge opportunity. Now, is it safe?
That was my question. That was you took the question right out of my mouth.
I can hear you thinking.
It's like,
Is it safe? I think the answer to that question remains to be seen. The Wall Street Journal came out with a major article and said, no, I'm sorry, it was the Washington Post, that last year in 2020, $2.5 billion were stolen through hacks on social media. And they expected that to double for 2021.
mm-hmm.
And it has. So the instrument that we use is called the digital wallet or the crypto wallet, which is really a wallet that those who are selling various opportunities design. And we use that wallet. We apply for that wallet. It's an app. We download that wallet onto our cell phone, and that allows us to move our money and to move our crypto around from one application, one opportunity to the next. So the crypto wallet is the big question as far as I am concerned. Has there been money stolen from my crypto wallet of choice when I started, which was crypto.com? Yes. $18,000 was stolen, hacked out of their wallet, because it really isn't my wallet. It's their wallet. They design it. I just use it. It was hacked and stolen.
Was there a remedy for you, doctor?
Hmm?
Was there a remedy for that? Was there?
Yes,
okay.
there is a remedy. Crypto wallets can be much safer than what the industry is rallying around in terms of helping us to understand, those of us who have to have a wallet, and everybody involved in crypto fundamentally has to have a wallet, right? But they're not telling us what are the 2 or 3 things that you can do on a regular basis to make your wallet 50 to 75% safer. There needs to be a national or global campaign with the people that insure these companies, right? With the banks that work with these companies on how to make your wallet the simple tool that everybody has to have, how to make your wallet safer. And they're simple things, but we are not aware of it. Most of us are new to this technology. So the analogy I use often are automobiles. In 1964, after major studies, the automobile industry found out that seatbelts, if used, if you got in a crash, would make you 50% to 60% safer from getting killed. Okay? And so in 1964, they put the first seatbelt in American automobiles. But there was no campaign And within a year, less than 1% of Americans were wearing seatbelts, in spite of the fact that it would make you 50% safer in case of an accident. So the automobile industry got together and they started a campaign. And you remember that campaign was what? Buckle up. That's what they were promoting. Everybody was saying, buckle up, buckle up. That raised the usage rate of seatbelts about 40 to 50%. Then they got the federal government or regulators involved, and then they made it a law and began a campaign, Will, if you remember, click it or ticket. So it was illegal to drive a car to make your own self safer without a seatbelt. Now, 91 to 92% of people are wearing seatbelts. That's because there's been a 25-year, 30-year campaign to get people to wear seatbelts. The same analogy is true around digital wallets and crypto wallets.
How do you see that looking?
Is needed.
Yeah. How does that look, doctor? When you translate that analogy over to crypto, what do those safety features look like?
Here are the three things you can do. If you own a wallet, you must do these three things. If you do these three things, they're all available to you. They will only take minutes to do. Here are the three things. Change your password every 6 months, minimally. More if you so desire. Change because you need a password to get into your wallet. That's number one. Number two, get a two-factor authenticator. Google makes them available free of charge. So once you put in your password, you then have to go to Google to get a special 6-number authentication code that is specifically for you and your wallet. And then you have to put that code in your wallet before you can access your wallet, even with your password. That one step alone will make your wallet 50% safer. And the third and final thing, and these are sort of common sense things, and the third and final thing is, of course, don't share your password with anybody. Don't go into your app from somebody else's phone. Get a app that protects the inner workings of your phone from spam. Because a lot of these spam things are designed to trick you into going into your wallet and finding out specific information that the hacker needs to get into your wallet. So you can get a McAfee a spam detector. There are all kinds of spam detectors that you can get to protect your wallet from unwanted hackers trying to get into your wallet.
Let me ask, doctor, so just to make sure that we've all got it, for these safety features, number one, change your password often. Number two, use two-factor authentication. And number three, use spam filters. Could you maybe clarify a little bit on that third one?
Yes. If you have an AT&T phone, if you have a Verizon phone, all of them have filters that you can download that reduces the amount of spam that you have, identifies spam. In fact, if you get a call, it will say spam message, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So protect yourself, protect your phone from the hundreds of thousands of hackers out here all over the globe who are trying to get into your phone, access information in your phone. And it's a lot of times it's just bait and switch. They come at you with a very provocative question. There's $100,000 waiting for you. Just hit this button, and that button sends you to something else, and it sends you to someplace in your phone, and it's a real game that they play. So you want to protect yourself from that kind of text messaging, because a lot of it comes on your phone through text messaging, and some of it comes on your phone through your email. So you want to protect yourself with antivirus uh, protection. You can download some of those are free. You got to even be careful with those, because even the free antivirus apps are sometimes loaded with misinformation, and are really you're downloading viruses into your phone, whether it's additional advertising. Yes, absolutely.
So,
Right. So you have to be very, very careful with that. My advice is to go to a company that is known for securities like McAfee,
mhm.
and spend the $4 a month, $5 a month, right? And protect your phone from these kinds of viruses that can lead to these hackers cracking the codes to get into your wallets. If you protect yourself, change your password, get a two-factor authentication, and then protect your wallet from wallet or your phone in general from viruses, that will make your wallet, I think, 60 to 70% safer. No question about that.
That's amazing. Now, I just want to say to the audience out there, if you have a question for Dr. Frazier, you could put it in the comments and I could read it to the doctor. So if anybody watching that does have a question, we'll have a little bit of time for questions afterwards. But doctor, I just want to review something with you. You said that there were three key things in the top that we as the Black community needs to do for ourselves. That's one. When it comes to crypto, we need to educate ourselves. And there are various ways that we can do that. We need to partner with knowledgeable people and not try to do this on alone. And also remember that there's a risk, but life happens on the edge.
That's right. That's
So
right. That's right.
to take those risks. So
Now,
I don't know if there's any other elaboration on any of those you want to
now,
do.
now I have a large group of about 1,000 brothers and sisters. If you're interested in knowing more about various crypto platforms, and again, I'm a very savvy investor.
Mhm.
Again, not bragging, I'm just saying, if you're interested in knowing about crypto platforms, just email me at gfraser@frasernet.com. That's G Fraser, FRAS as in Sam, ER at frasernet.com. And I will put you on my list. I put on 2 weekly webinars on generational wealth in general and how to build it, and then specifically on crypto platforms. All right, different crypto platforms that I'm involved in, that we've done deep research on, that we have a lot of confidence in. Right. So if you would like to be on that list, if you'd like to be on those calls, if you trust me and the people that I have surrounded myself with as a master networker, specifically in this space of crypto, then just email me and I will put you on the list. I send out 2 notifications a week, and you can get educated on crypto platforms, and you can get educated on generational wealth and how we build that and how we close the income and wealth gap. We do what we call the 5 pillars for the intergenerational transfer of wealth. That is the moral responsibility, as I said earlier, Will, so that we can fulfill Proverbs 13:22. A good man leaves an inheritance to his children's children. Well, that is both an art and a science, and you need guidance. You need to be with people that you can trust. So I suggest that there's all kinds of webinars all over the internet. Most of them are free. And by the way, all of my webinars are free. There's nothing you have to invest or pay, right? You just be there and learn. And that's how you can grow, and that's how you can cash in on this thing called cryptocurrency. Again, Let me say it one more time. It's the wild, wild west out there. This is an unregulated investment. You do not put money in that you cannot afford to lose, right? We're not talking about your mortgage money, but we all we all have some disposable income, some cash that we want to get. We want to get a high return on our investment, the best return that we can get. We want to put our money to work harder for us than we did for it. We
Yes.
have ways that you can do that.
Doctor, so a question that comes up when I talk to people about this subject is a lot of people think, I don't make enough money to invest, or I don't have enough money to invest. And I'm wondering what you think about that, the person who feels like they need to make more money before they start investing. Do you have a comment for that question?
I think it's different. Our capacity to invest is different for everyone. But you can get into the cryptocurrency platform space for as little as $200.
Wow. Okay.
$200.
Mm-hmm.
I could put you in a crypto platform that is paying compound interest on your investment for as little as $200, $300. You don't need thousands of dollars to do it. Remember, I started this conversation by saying I started with $800.
Yeah.
That's what I started with. That's what I put my toe in the water with. $800. This was all new to me. And if I lost that $800, I wouldn't be happy, but it wouldn't change one damn thing in my life.
Yeah.
Right. And so I incrementally over time increased it to 15,000. Where did I get the 15,000 from? I got it from the money I made on my first smaller investments. And then I reinvested and then reinvested and then reinvested my earnings. I didn't take it out and go buy a Mercedes, or even go to a fancy dinner. I reinvested my earnings. So you can do like I did. You can start small and you can grow from there. The most important thing is do something. Don't just stand there and wait for this opportunity to dissipate. Oh, it's going to be a lifelong opportunity, but it won't be quite like what it is now.
Yeah, I've noticed when these opportunities come up, like that happened with the .com and the so forth. It's like the opportunity. The longer you wait, the smaller the
That's right.
remaining opportunity is, right?
That's right.
And
That's right.
so one of the things I'm hearing you say when you talk about you can invest for as little as $200 or for whatever is that for the money that I just think about, I'm going to be transparent here. I go to a coffee house and I spend $5 or $7, and I don't even think twice about it, just as a consumer. And Starbucks or Pete's, they don't care about me
No.
at all, and they're not on the same mission you are for the community. And so I'm thinking, wow, a person could just take those small increments of money. If you buy, that's $100 to $200 a month for a coffee addict.
That's right.
And if you
There
could,
you go.
then you put that into, a plan like you're talking about, then that could result in generational wealth, for the family. So I'm just wondering if you have any other methods like that for people to maybe just look at how they're spending and how they're budgeting and ways that they could leverage that into something much greater.
Well, Will, you just hit the nail on the head. I was going to use the analogy of Starbucks, because I wait in the line at Starbucks, and there's a whole lot of brothers and sisters with me waiting in line at Starbucks in airports and in various cities in which I visit. So that's a wonderful analogy. You could take that analogy and you can look at a series of other investments that we are making. We go to the club. We probably spill more liquor in a month. We're buying drinks. I'm a Bloody Mary drinker, and I like apple martinis. If you just didn't do one fancy dinner a month, I didn't say stop eating out and eating fancy dinners, but say, listen, instead of spending $150 for me and my wife, I'm going to put that aside, all right, this month and one for next month, and I'm going to invest in the cryptocurrency space, right? So there's a lot of ways we waste a lot of money. We really, really do. We waste money on cars.
Yeah.
Now, let me give everybody a little secret here. I've been married nearly 50 years
Wow.
to the same sister.
Wow.
Awesome.
Congratulations.
And one of the reasons that attracted me to Nora Jean, two things. When I met her, she was working 2 jobs.
Mm-hmm.
I said, And she was driving a nice but used car. So was I. I had a nice car, but it was used. Now remember, this is 50 years ago, right?
Yep.
So when we got married, we made a pact. We would never buy a new car. What we would buy is a used car, luxury, 3 years off lease. So we chose Lexus to buy,
Mm-hmm.
right? We chose Lexus. And when it came time to get our new car, she needed one, I needed one. We bought a Lexus 3 years off lease and kept our payment under $200 a month. And the second part of the pledge will was we would compare what a monthly payment would be if we had bought a new Lexus that year.
Ah.
And typically it was about a $200 to $300 a month difference in payment.
Mm-hmm.
And then we pledged that we would take that difference and we would invest it in something that paid compound interest.
Amazing.
And we have been doing that. She gets a car, I get a car for 50 years. You don't even want to know the number. Driving a three-year-old Lexus, investing the difference between a new one and the old one that we purchased at $200 to $300 a month in a vessel, an instrument, a financial instrument that paid compound interest. That is how we made our first $1 million.
Well, that is advice that a lot of, I know, people in my own family could use, and the wider community, I would also imagine. You know, there's been a question in my head as I've listened to you talk, and I heard about your program that you're offering people for free. And then I heard you say that within your program, you touch on 5 pillars. And I'm wondering if you wouldn't mind, without, you know, giving it all away, could you maybe like preview those 5 pillars? Just what are those 5 pillars in your program?
Okay.
Learn.
The 5 pillars for the intergenerational transfer of wealth. Write this down, because you're never going to be able to unhear it. You're never going to be able to say to people that no one ever told you. The first pillar is the proper management of accumulated wealth, so that we could stop reading about entertainers and athletes who earn millions of dollars and within 3 to 5 years of retirement, they are broke. That is the improper management of accumulated wealth. There are nearly 2 million Black people in America that have a net worth of $400,000 or more. That is tied up in, most of that is tied up in real estate. Are we properly managing that wealth? No, we're not. So we are the most financially illiterate people in America, and we came over here on the Mayflower, and no one's going to save us but us, right? We've been 400 years and we have not been saved. So the goal for us when it comes to economics is to win, not to look like we're winning. Let me say that a different way. I would carry a plastic bag with $5,000 in it than to carry a $5,000 Louis Vuitton bag with $100 in it. You see, you ain't winning.
You got a lot of ears.
Louis Vuitton is winning. Armani is winning. Gucci is winning. Nike is winning. So, proper management of accumulated wealth. Net on that, you have subject matter expertise in whatever it is that you do. Most of us have not gone to college or have gotten expert training in the proper management of wealth. But there are over 50,000 brothers and sisters who are licensed as certified financial planners, certified in financial educators, who are licensed in insurance, stocks, bonds, mutual funds. There are brothers and sisters all over this country that their only job is managing money. So stop trying to manage your money when you are a master electrician, wonderful, you're making good money, or master plumber, or master mason, and go find a brother or sister out here who their only responsibility and job and life experience is managing money, so that you can properly manage your money, because we don't talk about money.
So that was the first one, and there's 4 more, but we only have like 3 minutes.
All right, I'm just going to name them.
Yeah.
And they'll be obvious. What is the second pillar for the intergenerational transfer of wealth? Real estate. Real estate. It's the cornerstone of most real estate. What's the first thing God gave Adam? Real estate. What's the first thing God gave Isaac? Real estate. Real estate. Real estate. You've got to own some real estate, whether it's your own home, whether it's income property. I made my first small fortune in real estate, buying up 2 and 3 family homes, turning them into Section 8 apartments, right? Buying them for pennies on a dollar, and then fixing them up and keeping them for a decade or 2. So real estate.
Okay. Number 3.
Number 3 is proper insurance.
Okay.
Proper insurance.
Self-explanatory.
Proper insurance is the number 3 thing.
And we learn more if we follow you and come.
That's right. That's right. Proper insurance.
And just number 4.
Right. And GoFundMe is not a proper insurance policy for burying our people.
No, it is not.
Right. You can make a fortune with strategically place proper insurance as part of your financial portfolio. And then the final one everybody knows about is building and starting a business. You see, Black people are the consumption class. White people are the merchant class. They make stuff, we buy stuff. Okay? We've got to flip the script by the end of the 21st century by starting and building businesses, so that by the end of the 21st century that we are the number 1 employer of our own people, and every immigrant group that has ever come to this country has understood that, but Black people. Right? Jews are the number 1 employer of Jews. Asians are the number 1 employer of Asians. East Indians are the number 1 employer of East Indians. Arabs are the number 1 employer of Arabs. In fact, Asians have solved their own unemployment problem, opening small Chinese restaurants in urban neighborhoods. In fact, if you go into a Chinese restaurant in the hood and there are 4 brothers waiting on you, leave. That's not a real Asian restaurant, because Asians don't employ Black people. They employ their own people, and you can't hate on them for that. Right? So, starting and building a business, whether it's quarter time, part time, or full time. If you bake cookies, put them in a box, put your name on it, and sell it to somebody. If you live on a farm, take the manure, put it in a bag, put your name on it, and sell it to somebody. You can become an entrepreneur. Okay? Stop doing all the damn buying and do some selling. 24/7, 2 things are going on in this country. Somebody's buying and somebody's selling. We're doing all the buying. Start a business.
Okay. So just to review, I've got proper money management, real estate, insurance, and then I feel like I'm missing one, because then I have business. Which one did I miss?
Cryptocurrency.
Cryptocurrency.
5.
That's what the whole talk is about. All right.
There you go.
Got it.
Cryptocurrency.
Well, Doctor, I've learned so much, and I thought I was a knowledgeable person walking in. So I know that there are many other people that appreciate this. I'm going to be looking you up. I'm going to reach out to you on LinkedIn. I'm going to email you. I'm so thankful. Like, I'm sure so many people that will see this not only live now, but this is going to go up on site and there'll be views and views on after this. I appreciate what you've done for us. Thank you.
Can I add? There's a comment up there. A person wants me to reshare the email.
Okay. Yeah.
G Fraser, G is George.
Mm-hmm.
Fraser, F-R-A-F, you see it right up there, F-R-A-S-E-R, at FraserNet, FraserNet.com.
Yeah, and it's up on the comments so everybody can see it there. If you look at the comments section on Check This Out News, it's right there in the comments, your email for people. And I'm sure that it will also go along with this after the fact so people can get you.
Yeah. Let me close with one other thing. Every year we put on a conference called the Power Networking Conference. This year, it's August the 3rd through the 6th in Houston, Texas. This is our 21st year. Forbes magazine called the Power Networking Conference one of the top 5 conferences in America not to be missed.
Awesome.
Join me in that conference. So I'm going to make you a special offer. Okay. This is the Tech with Soul offer. You can go to www.powernetworkingconference.com, www.powernetworkingconference.com, and get some information about the conference as it's being finished right now and building it and designing it. Some of the baddest people, including Mike Johns and a whole bunch of celebrities and stars, we focus only on wealth building, business building, and wellness, psychological wellness and physical wellness, because we're out of our natural minds. So physical wellness and psychological wellness are connected. There's no conference like this on the planet. This is the 21st annual Power Networking Conference. If you go to the website, one registration for an adult is $1,500, and we sell out every year.
Wow.
We want you to bring a young person because we should be conferencing with our young people, 17 to 25. One registration for a young person is $800, and we sell out every year. You put those two together, an adult and a young person, that's $2,300. Now, for Tech with Soul, I'm going to reduce that by $1,700, and you can get an adult registration and a student registration for $599. $599. But you can only get it through me. You cannot get it on the site.
Got it.
So you have to email me at gfraser@frasernet.com.
Ladies and gentlemen,
line, I'm in. Your name and your cell number.
You are the best networker I have ever seen in my entire life. Thank you for being here. And I'm going to throw it back to our MC, Kane. And thank you so much, Doctor, for being here. We'll all follow up with you after this for your time, for the love that you show the community. You're doing excellent work. Thank you from the bottom of my heart and on behalf of everyone else that's going to see this video.
Will, thank you so much.
It's my pleasure.
Join me at the Power Networking Conference, everybody. Love you.
Bye-bye now. So we are going to, I'll throw it back to Kane. That was great, wasn't it?
Oh, man. Listen, Dr. Fraser is actually one of my my professional and heroes. You know, when we talk about like the Mount Rushmores of people that we look up to, Dr. Fraser is one of my lights.
That we had him. So I'm going to take a quick break and I'll be right back. I'll turn it over to you. Okay.
No doubt. I got you. So I'm extremely excited. We're going to be talking about a topic, non-fungible tokens / NFTs. When we talk about the future of this and how it's going to affect brands. You know, for a lot of people, it's like, well, it's this new thing, and you know, it's just understanding what it is. And then it's like, well, how can I help? How can I have this influence my brand? How can this help me, you know, reach more people? You know, we live in a world that's extremely much more creative. And so we have two individuals that we're going to be bringing on. We're going to be bringing on Bill and Leonard, and they're going to be talking about, the future, the branding of not or vice versa. And again, this is where my beginner, as they say on the internet, I'm a noob, right? When it comes to this. And so we have Bill Inman and Leonard Armada. Welcome to the live stream, gentlemen. How are you doing today?
Thank you.
Good,
Yeah, we're
good.
doing great. We're doing great. Thanks. Good to be here.
Excellent. So, just things are moving so fast. We wanted to thank you again for being here today on this live stream. And we're going to go with the format with you two, actually, just, having a conversation, talking about, this particular type of technology on the next level, right? When it comes to, how we're leveraging and using this, because we actually have a conversation that we're, for 4 o'clock for those that are listening, that's going to happen. And so we're very excited about that. I'll drop that on my next segment if I get an opportunity. But nonetheless, I'd like to let you take it away. And if you could let us know a little bit about yourself, briefly, Bill and Leonard, and you can go right into it.
Yeah. Thank you, Kane. It's good to be here. I appreciate your time. It was nice to catch the talk by Dr. Frazier and Will Lucas. Obviously, Dr. Frazier was kicking some pretty important knowledge. And I think his fifth point, cryptocurrency, is something Leonard and I can really elaborate on. So I'll introduce Leonard Armado. He's a complete legend and icon in branding in just a minute here. A little bit about my background. Both of us are going to be talking about NFTs as the future of brands. I've been involved with technology since I was a kid, really. But as an entrepreneur over the past several years, have started multiple companies in the space. Blockchain and AI patent holder, fortunately, which means I had a lot of smart people around me to help me get those. And I just recently sold a blockchain business to job.com. But in 2021, I really, Kane had mentioned noobs. Everybody is a noob to NFTs at this point. I mean, the first NFT came out in 2014. It was sold for $4. Now we're looking at a market that's grown to over $23 billion last year. So we're talking about exponential growth. So we'll keep it real simple, Leonard and I. Again, my background, 20 years of entrepreneurship. Very fortunate to meet Mike Johns, who invited both Leonard and I to this particular fireside chat. And thank you very much, Mike, for that. Simply a brilliant guy who's great to work with. So before I go further and kind of give you an overview of what we're going to be talking about today, and we'll do our best to keep it simple. I needed that as early as even though I've been in technology as an entrepreneur for a long time, with NFTs, I needed to be explained to me over and over again. Leonard's a smart man. He picked it up real quick. But glad to have Leonard Armado here today. I'm in Las Vegas. Leonard, you're in Los Angeles, right?
Yep. Manhattan Beach.
Well, if I don't make you blush here, I just want to let everybody know about your background a little bit. So as I mentioned, Leonard Armado is a complete icon in building brands. He has worked with not only personal brands, but corporate brands, all of which I think everybody on this call knows. He was Shaquille O'Neal's first manager, really worked with Shaq and helped Shaq to maximize his potential. That was a saying that Shaq mentioned in his Hall of Fame speech when he mentioned Leonard. And they have a really special relationship that continues to this day. And additionally, he has been a deal maker or a manager to the A-list, not only in Hollywood, but in sports. He helped to manage Oscar de la Hoya. He handed Kim Kardashian her first $1 million check. He has been honored to run companies like Skechers, where he was a chief marketing officer and ran the Skechers performance division. He also has been in sports. I'm sure he's going to have some great stories to tell along these lines with NFTs. He was really a founder, if you will, of AVP Pro Beach Volleyball, the world's #1 beach volleyball brand. He lives in Manhattan Beach. That's basically his backyard, as you can see in his virtual background there. But he's also crossed the chasm of sports, and he was on the board for the Harlem Globetrotters. So there's so much more to say. One other thing I'll mention is that Leonard has a history of evolving tech for brands. He started a media campus that serviced everybody from Arnold Schwarzenegger to the NBA way back in the day till now. So, Leonard, thanks again. I know there's so much more to say. Hopefully I was able to encapsulate for everybody your background.
Well, thank you. That's a very nice introduction, Bill. It's a pleasure to be here. And, this is all about, tech with soul. And it's really interesting. Just a quick stat before we start, like 23% of African Americans own cryptocurrency compared to like 11% of white Americans and 17% of Hispanics. And I think that, you know, that's part of what's happening in culture. As culture starts to move quickly, you often see, obviously, Black people at the forefront of all that. I mean, in the NFT space, you know, you see Snoop Dogg operating under the Cosmo Medici moniker. That's his secret name for acquiring crypto, acquiring NFTs. He's buying land in the metaverse in Sandbox. You know, Kanye West just launched the NFT marketplace he calls Throne. So there's so much going on now, and I think this is one area, you know, and I know that Kane said he's a novice, but, you know, there's a lot of Black people that are really jumping on this trend and bandwagon, and there's been a lot of media coverage about that recently. So I just wanted to sort of start it off with that as the beginning of all this, and then let's talk about all the fun stuff as we go along.
Yeah, those are really insightful points. And, you know, one thing about blockchain in general, which is cryptocurrency, which is NFT, which is foundational for metaverse, it really is an equalizer. It takes out the middlemen, whoever they might be in the middle, and allows individuals and companies to a level playing field to really create their own future. And that is what we're talking about today, NFTs as the future of brands. So we know that you've heard about it, right? Non-fungible tokens, as Kane mentioned in his intro. And as I mentioned, there's been huge growth since 2020. We've had over a 200x growth in gross sales in just 2021 alone. This year is expected to be as big, if not bigger, when you include things like the metaverse, which is where NFTs really shine. It has to be important if we've seen companies like Facebook change their name to Meta for their parent company. So there's a lot happening. And why? Why is that happening? Well, NFTs provide transparency around digital art. I'm sure that Leonard will go into that. They provide provenance or ownership to know who the original owner was. And then they provide for a secondary market that's never been seen before for artists, for creators, for others. So a whole new ecosystem is being created here. So Leonard, let me go into the questions, because we're going to do this in even though I wouldn't call it a fireside chat, a Zoom side chat, if you will. We're going to go into a little bit first about, you've seen patterns in the industry, right? You've been an entrepreneur for a long time. And you saw a similar pattern with the .com era, and you were really an innovator ahead of your time because you were promoting video online before video bandwidth was really cheap enough to do so. So you had a lot going on. Can you tell us the role that tech has played, as you've seen, being an entrepreneur in the space for so long, in brand culture, not just NFTs, but in general?
Yeah, so I've always been really enamored with sports, marketing, and technology. And even going back to managing Shaq when we started out, you know, we decided we wanted to transform the way that athletes were marketed. So instead of just endorsing products, we wanted him to own his own intellectual property and license it across a variety of like-minded partners. So that turned out to be a pretty good strategy. He developed incredibly valuable IP. And we also developed a real love of technology at the time. And, you know, if you think back, you know, Shaq was the first athlete on Twitter, and he's always been someone who has embraced technology from the early days. In those early days, we saw digital media as being a place where you could really exploit sports and entertainment at the highest level. And, you know, I think around the year 2000, we created something called Digital Media Campus. And you alluded to that earlier. We had extraordinary partners at Digital Media Campus, including Larry Ellison and Mark Andreessen and Ben Horowitz and Ron Conway and Arnold Schwarzenegger and Quincy Jones, and, you know, all kinds of icons at the time. We owned the digital rights to Pamela Anderson. We did the first direct-to-consumer footwear company where you could build your own shoe online. You know, it was a precursor to Nike ID. The first direct-to-consumer ticketing company, first direct-to-consumer record label. Now, unfortunately, this was just slightly ahead of its time, and it, you know, didn't survive the internet meltdown at the time. But we didn't stop trying, and we always looked at ways where technology could enhance whatever it is that we were doing. So, you know, that was sort of the story at that time. And then we just continued to look at different ways the technology could amplify a relationship with a consumer or a fan. And, at the time I went into David Stern and Adam Silver's office at the NBA, and I said, the NBA should be a leader in technology. Let's create a summit where we bring all these leaders together and everyone can share ideas and talk about what's going to happen in the future in sports and entertainment. And that's where the NBA Technology Summit was born, which today is the most coveted business event at NBA All-Star Weekend. So we really have a love of technology and continue to pursue it. And of course, a few years ago, NBA Top Shots took off. And for the first time, that's when NFTs became sort of mainstream, because traditionally and historically, NFTs were sort of this little niche where you could, let's say, register your provenance on the blockchain around a piece of digital art or something that was digital that was sort of in the niche market. And then Top Shots took it to the masses because you could all of a sudden buy an NBA moment, which was really compelling, and say that you owned it, have it registered on the blockchain, and ultimately be able to resell it as a piece of almost like memorabilia. And, sports memorabilia for many, many years has been, a very, very big industry. And then all of a sudden, memorabilia moved from physical to digital, and then it started to explode. So anyway, long-winded answer, but I've had a long history and background in technology and sports.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of things we're going to discuss or elaborate on. For me, as much as anybody, let's take it back to the 101 of NFTs, right? So some people are like, well, isn't that just an image? Why can't I just go copy and paste an image? Where it concerns artwork, because NFTs are so much more, which we'll talk about. What happens with blockchain and art is that if you do have an image and it's minted, they call it, I'm going to keep it simple. A blockchain unique ID is tied to that image and it becomes unique. And that tracking of that particular item will happen for the life of that item. So this is a different time frame with NFTs. This is not just an image or other piece of art. This is a unique piece that's tracked digitally, and that's a key feature. So now, just back to what you were saying, well, I guess I was going to say created a monster back in the day. You created a Shaqster. In that you see him prolific now across everything actually, but specifically in NFTs recently. And I think maybe at some point you'll talk about how you're working with this family and Sharif O'Neal and the NFT drop that you've done there.
Sure.
But you've always done this with purpose, right? It's not about the money, it's about helping. And the digital divide was something that you've spoke about since way back then, right? Before NFTs, back when you had the Tech Media Center. I know Shaq was very passionate about that. Talk about the digital divide, not only what it meant then, but what does it mean now?
Well, back when we started the NBA Tech Summit, there's a guy named Larry Irving who coined the phrase the digital divide. And clearly what was happening was the bandwidth necessary to really access the internet in the right way was limited to a very affluent audience. And, right at the beginning of the internet and as we started to evolve, there was this thing that Larry coined as the digital divide, and that is certain people had access to the internet and others didn't. And that was something that was really important to Shaq and others. And we got together with Bill Gates and we created a program where we would go to boys and girls clubs around the United States and donate computers, because obviously you needed the hardware, but also, and the software, of course, but then donated the bandwidth or the Wi-Fi or whatever it is that you needed in order to allow those kids to use the internet in the most effective way so they could learn. Because the digital divide was all about equality of education, equality of opportunity. And so we did that program together. It was quite successful. And in fact, I interviewed Shaq about a couple of years ago at a big marketing conference, and he talked about how proud he was that we got together with Gates and did that and at least did a little bit to help that digital divide. Today, obviously, the disparity in wealth continues, the disparity in opportunity continues, but hopefully there's more people who have access in a more equal way to bandwidth and the internet and the hardware necessary, to learn effectively and to have access to technology. And I quoted those statistics earlier. And minorities are very interested in this space. They're very interested in NFTs. They're very interested in the metaverse. So I think we're in a transformational period right now, a very exciting period where hopefully we're moving more quickly towards bridging the gap of the digital divide than ever before.
Yeah, I want to ground the thank you for that, Leonard. Thanks for fighting a good fight there. I want to ground the conversation a little bit because we probably have some CEOs that are listening to this, and probably some individuals who saw the title NFTs and as the future. And for someone like myself who graduated with an American Studies degree, I wasn't born and raised into technology. This truly is, as Leonard says, a transformational event. Some say it's the biggest transfer of wealth in the history of the world. NFTs, blockchain, digital, emerging tech, and everybody has access to it. Whether you start by looking at OpenSea and finding an NFT that you want to purchase, or NBA Top Shot if that interests you, or Nifty Gateway, or just simply going to YouTube to look at some educational videos on NFTs, get started, right? Dr. Frazier, he said number 5 on his list was cryptocurrency, and I believe number 4 was start a business. And you can do that here. You can, as Dr. Frazier also said with real estate, you can buy and sell and flip NFTs, because if you find something of value, like they've done in Trading Card for decades, you can make some money at that. But get started, I think, is a key thing. So yes, hopefully those people that are listening that have access will continue to help others cross the chasm of the digital divide, because truly knowledge is power. In this case, with the internet and with the infrastructure that's being built, we want everybody to be able to take advantage of NFTs.
Hey,
Now,
Bill,
yeah, go ahead,
could I add one more thing?
Yes,
Because you were talking about the evolution of NFTs, and I think it's really important before we get into like why it is so incredibly important today. I think that, we talked about the origin of the blockchain, provenance and authenticity and transparency, removing the middleman. And historically, as I mentioned earlier, digital assets are things that people have held value for many years. Like even kids many years ago would play games and they'd want to have armor, they'd want to have powers, and these digital assets had value. And the more time people started spending online, the more value they ascribed to digital items. It started to evolve to art. And once digital art became something of value that you could actually own an original in, then as we see it move from the digital to the physical to the experiential world, it all of a sudden takes on a whole new meaning. And sort of that's why today NFTs are just sort of like a lightning rod for how to market better to consumers. Forget about the value proposition of owning something that could appreciate. I'm just talking about how, as a brand, because we're talking about, brand culture and NFTs as a change agent. This is the time where it is becoming the future of marketing.
Good point, Leonard. It's so important. It's just get started. Like I said, if you're an individual watching this, like Leonard and myself were, as we got into 2021 and learned quite a bit about this and got launched, just get started in it. So you might go, Leonard, what you just said is really important, from digital and art all the way to experiential. People might go, why would I buy a piece of art that's digital, that's like abstract, right? There's an artist named Pac who sold the highest selling NFT ever. He did an NFT drop where he sold literally tens of thousands of different images. Is $91 million they brought in with that to 30,000 different buyers. So, but people might go, well, the collection was called The Merge, and people go, that's a little abstract for me. NFTs are evolving to be experiential. I'm sure we'll get into that, Leonard. Let me backtrack for a second and talk about the NBA Tech Summit. Did you know that the NBA's gross revenue is just over $8 billion? And did you also know, I'm sure you know, Leonard, it's rhetorical, but did you also know that NBA Top Shot did $700 million last year? So almost 10% of their gross revenue in 1 year with NFTs. It's like a tidal wave, right? They saw the wave coming. I think a lot of what you set up at the Tech Summit maybe evolved to them understanding this. How's the NBA? So just for those people that are watching, how did the NBA evolve this, and what are they doing with Top Shot, and how's it kind of working with the movement here?
Well, I think blockchain technology has a huge application to sports media. And the first manifestation has been through sort of collectibles, and that's what Top Shots has done. But I think, if you really go into the future of all this, and this is well beyond the NFT conversation, is you're going to see blockchain technology and microtransactions become the future of sports media. So if you just think about the way sports media works right now, all of the sports leagues sell their games in bulk to the centralized media companies, ESPN or Turner or NBC. And then those companies figure out how to monetize the media by selling advertising, et cetera. Well, in the future, there's going to be a lot more direct consumer transactions that occur. You might still see some bulk sales of certain media rights, like big games or whatever, but you'll also have consumers be able to buy what they want, when they want, and how they want. So I might just be interested in NBA games that are less than 10-point differentials, or games that mean something in the standings, or just the fourth quarter, or the last 2 minutes, or if the game is down to the wire, I might want to tune in and pay $2 to see that. So there's going to be a lot that is going to be enabled by microtransactions on the blockchain when it comes to media and sports. We're really in the first inning of all this.
Yeah, in this case, the first quarter, I guess, using the example.
Yeah.
But so that's really, really interesting. And it's the ultimate level of customization for the consumer and the fan, where they can tap into exactly what they want to see at the exact time. So, okay, let's give people that may not know this a primer on kind of how we got where we are today, right? You mentioned how NFTs are utilized, and tell me a little bit about how we got to the explosive growth of 2021. Remember, the first NFT was minted and sold for $4 in 2014.
Right.
So you want to tell us a little about the history of NFTs as you see it?
Well, we talked about Top Shots. And of course, when we, discussed prior to that, the fact that digital art had value and has had value for some years, things like CryptoKitties and things of that nature a number of years ago. And out of CryptoKitties came Top Shots as it moved into sports. And the way that we got involved in this is that I was having a conversation with Shaquille O'Neal, and he said, I really would love for you to help me with my family. I have 4 kids that are in college, and now under the new NIL rules, they are eligible to make money. Actually, one of them's not in college. One of them's in high school. She's only 16 years old. So he asked, well, what can we do to take advantage of what Top Shots is doing? So we designed a program to tell the story of the O'Neal family through NFTs. And the first NFT that we developed was around Shareef O'Neal, Shaq and his ex-wife Shawnee's first child. And Shareef was the #1 player coming out of California, basketball player out of high school. He went to Crossroads High School in Los Angeles, and he was highly recruited. And then all of a sudden, he discovered he had a heart defect, and he had to undergo open heart surgery. He went from 230 pounds to 170 pounds following that surgery. They didn't know if he would play again, but he fought through the adversity. He's got himself back in shape, and he's actually going to be playing for LSU this year. And I think he's going to be playing his first game in the next couple of days. So we created an NFT that was designed to tell his story. And one of the things that's really important about, the future of NFTs, and in our view, is that it can't just be a collectible anymore. There's got to be more to it to really make it have long-term value. I mean, yes, there should be a collectability element, because this will be Shareef's first so-called NFT in the form of a trading card. So it could be like his first trading card that could have memorabilia value or long-term collectible value. But he will be doing something that tells a story through the life of his NFTs. And in this particular NFT, you'll see him dunking. You'll see flames around him. You'll hear music, which he actually created himself because he loves to make beats, which, he aspires to continue to do. We created a beautiful logo for him, and that logo incorporates hearts into it because he has a passion for heart, because this is something he suffered through. And we have a relationship with the American Heart Association. So a portion of the proceeds from the sale of every NFT goes back to the American Heart Association. That's the first NFT we'll drop for him. And then we're going to continue to tell the story of the O'Neal family through NFTs. One of the things you want to do if you're creating an NFT program like this is you want to not only tell a story, have incredible creative, but you also want to surprise and delight your consumers along the way. So we will what they call airdrop consumers things that they didn't expect for free, that will be collectible, that relate to the O'Neill family. So you can be part of the journey from the beginning. And if you're part of the journey from the beginning and you're building a community, then you have something that has long-term staying power.
Yeah, I think building that community is really important. And good for him to bounce back from that. 170 pounds at that height is no joke. So I'm glad that he's back. And as always, wonderful to hear that they're giving back and donating to charity from that as well. So that's a really compelling example. My understanding is that NFT launch did really well. I think it sold out, if I'm correct.
Yeah, I mean, we released a total of 1,000 tokens, and we had gold, silver, and we had a bronze level. We had 50 gold, 100 silver, and the rest were bronze. The gold and silver sold out within minutes, and within a couple of hours, everything was sold out. So it was really quick and went really fast. And to your point earlier, if someone buys one of these NFTs and it goes up in value and they sell it on the secondary market, the original creator of the NFT will continue to benefit in the future by receiving a portion of those future transactions. Generally speaking, it's like a 10% royalty of anything sold in the future. But it's a very interesting way of doing business because everything is trackable, everything is transparent, and there's no fraud. And it's really it's really catching on.
Yeah, to put that in context, so like if somebody purchased the Mona Lisa, which is a art brand everybody can imagine, whoever bought the Mona Lisa, if they resold it for the profit, whoever sold it to them wouldn't get a percentage of that profit. So this secondary market where you can tie, commissions or what have you, back to the original creator is huge. So for musicians, for artists, this is revolutionary, right, Leonard? In that
and also think about it for brands. I mean, if you're a luxury brand, let's say you're Louis Vuitton or you're Hermes, there's two things that are incredibly attractive about this whole blockchain NFT space. Number one, you stop all counterfeiting because everything's trackable and traceable. Second thing is, a lot of times people will buy an Hermes bag or a limited edition and they'll sell it for 3 times as much as they bought it for in the secondary market. There's all kinds of secondary marketplaces that have been developed these days, to do just that. Yet, small production, low quantity, highly desirable goods, and then resell them quickly on the secondary market. So you will always get a piece of the secondary market and control it pretty much if you are the original IP owner. So for a luxury brand, this is really a blessing, and they're very enthusiastic about it. I was speaking with one of the members of the Hermes family about it, and they were super excited because this is one way for them to stop counterfeiting and really control the secondary markets.
Yeah, so many use cases with that. So to let you know the power of that, one of the talks, the closer of this track, this learning track that with Tech was sold today is Sophia the Robot. I'm an advisor to Hanson Robotics that created Sophia the Robot. She, as a robot, along with some human help, created art early in the year that sold. There was one of the first NFT drops be successful like this, sold for about $1 million. One of those pieces was on the market for $12 million. So you can imagine the percentage of first of all, it's unreal, but valuable what's happening in the NFT space. We're seeing every day NFT sales drops, launches come out, and they're doing very well. The metaverse expanding, whether you're seeing this through your Oculus Quest or whether you're seeing this through your browser, is going to provide a lot of utility for NFTs. That's going to probably continue to push NFT prices this year. There doesn't seem to be any let up on demand for NFTs that are coming out. So let me backtrack to a few things you said. So first of all, I want people to understand that we're not just talking about big brands, traditional brands. We're talking about personal brands here too, right? So individuals that have value, they could be a community, they could be a thought leader, they can be an influencer, they can be somebody that's extremely passionate about something. They can build community and sell NFTs. Can you just talk about that for a second, Leonard? It's not just for the big brands anymore, it's for the individuals too.
Yeah, I mean, it could be anyone that is an artist. I mean, obviously, photographers are now becoming, are flooding into the space. I mean, photographers that have great art can be recognized and can profit significantly from the NFT space. Same thing with artists. We talked about digital art, and anybody who is terrific at digital art can do that. Individuals you talk about, and I think the O'Neill family is a good example of how it could work for an individual. You got to tell a story. You got to build beautiful creative. You have to enlist the support of a community. And it's sort of we have our own little checklist of what we look at, a methodology for creating and selling NFTs. And this can apply to an individual, this can apply to a brand, but the first thing you got to think about is like, who is your target, customer? What community are you trying to enlist in your journey with you? Who do you want to buy this thing and be a part of this journey? And then what is the story that's going to resonate with with the ultimate consumer, the customer, and how will that story build community? I mean, I think the ultimate example of an incredible story, incredible creative, incredible community is the Bored Ape Yacht Club. I mean, all the celebrities are buying into it. Certainly urban culture has bought into it. Steph Curry's, turned it into his profile pic. I mean, there's so many different ways of using that story to do what they did. They have, these apes that all of a sudden could breed. They have dogs coming out of it. They can hang out in a Discord where only they're allowed in. They have physical events where only they're allowed to attend. It's almost like this badge of honor to be part of that community. And all kinds of celebrities, all kinds of sports figures are buying into it. But again, if the creativity is compelling, you surprise and delight the community you're targeting, and you figure out what your customer values. If you can keep doing that, it's almost like a marketer's dream, because you can combine digital assets, physical assets, and experiential assets in one so-called NFT that has lasting value, that you can own, that you can sell. So all of this is just this whole new playground for marketers, and a whole new playground for personal brands to build it. Look what Gary Vaynerchuk did. I mean, who would have thought it would have worked? The guy does some sketches of some animals and puts like bird and ostrich and whatever. And these are my personal sketches, and these are the NFTs. And if you hold one of these sketches, it gives you the right to go to all my speeches. And if you have a highly desirable rare sketch, you get to come see me backstage after my speech is done. And now he's creating this whole community conference called VCon, which is like a Comic-Con, where everybody who likes what he does and his community all get together. So it's a pretty interesting time right now. And I'm excited about it because the sky's the limit and your creativity is your only limitation.
Yeah, tons of good points in there. Lots of good use cases. Just and to ground the conversation for us, here's the bottom line. Look, in Web 3.0 with emerging technology, and by the way, the pandemic caused the great acceleration, which accelerated technology. Look, we're on Zoom or StreamYard here right now to do this particular thing. Everybody's used to it. Metaverses are becoming popular. Anybody who's passionate about something can build a community. That's what this is all about. It provides power to people who have a cause, who have a thought, who have a business. Now, nobody's stopping you from building a community, and your product and service can be NFTs. You can sell your brand ID. You can sell goods and services. You can use the NFT like a Costco card. In the case of Bored Ape Yacht Club, which Leonard just mentioned, that one's caught fire, and it's really gone to the A-list level. It's become kind of a private club. And the entry fee to buy the NFT to enter part of that club now is going into the hundreds of thousands of dollars just to enter it. Do you have a club? Do you have a brand? Are you lucky enough to be the chief marketing officer or maybe co-founder or owner of a brand? Because right now is a time for you to understand your community, pull them together, and then provide NFTs that the whole community benefits off of, whether it's access, whether it's secondary sales, whether it's just being a more excited fan. And that's where a lot of this professional sports talk comes into the conversation. People have for years, going back when I was a kid, wearing my but then Detroit Lions starter jacket because of Barry Sanders. I love the Lions, so I rep that all the time. Now NFTs rep brands. So let's just recap. Leonard, anything else before I go to the next question? I just want to recap something here.
Yeah, I think one of the things that I think is really important for people out there to understand, if they are a brand, whether it's a personal brand or really if you're a lifestyle brand, this becomes the future of your loyalty program. I don't know if anybody noticed this, but Starbucks just announced a few weeks ago that their entire loyalty program was going to be off the blockchain, and they're going to create a token called stars. So basically, as you buy more Starbucks, you accumulate more stars, it becomes your loyalty program, and this loyalty program will be interoperable with other brands so that you can use your star points outside of Starbucks itself and get other things of value to you. And basically, the idea of using NFTs as your loyalty program is really an exciting way to combine digital, combine physical, combine experiential, and rewards to customers. So I think we're going to see every single brand gravitating towards NFTs as the foundation of their loyalty program. And think about this, it's not like, airline points and all of a sudden you don't use them and they're gone. And you don't even know you have them and, oh my gosh, I lost them. And, it's a much cleaner, more effective, more efficient, more transparent way to build a relationship with your consumer that they really appreciate.
I agree. So let's talk about the different values that NFTs are providing to brands today on a very specific level. Okay, so I'll just recap with you. You add to the list. Number one, you can create an NFT art form, 3D, 2D, and you can sell it as an NFT, right, Leonard?
Yep, absolutely.
Right. And then when you sell that NFT, basically, if you mint it yourself as an individual on OpenSea, then somebody will buy that, depending on how you promote it. If you're lucky enough to have a community, maybe the demand goes up, the price goes up, you make the money. So if somebody then, let's talk about the secondary market for that particular art NFT. Let's just stick with that for now. If somebody who buys it sells it to somebody else, which is happening a lot in what are called marketplaces, the creator gets paid again, right, Leonard?
Yep. It's
So
paid usually it's a 10% royalty.
For the first time, and for the first time really ever, there's a long tail on your creation. So I've read stories recently of plumbers who were great artists. Now, they're putting in some extra time in the evenings creating artwork, and then their art NFTs are making more than their plumbing gig or whatever the case may be. They're able now to cross back into what they're passionate about, art. So we talked about the art sale. Number two, we are seeing, and we're working on a few projects, Leonard, where NFTs, and you just talked about it with Sharif, NFTs provide access to a special club, Bored Ape Yacht Club. Sharif had gold, silver, platinum, which provides access in the future. Remind us about, just restate that again, what you're seeing there with access.
Well, what you want to do, someone could buy an NFT and basically buy it as a appreciable asset, thinking that it's going to be worth more over time if I hold it. And a lot of that depends on what happens with the community and how desirable it is to be in the club. And we talked about Bored Ape Yacht Club. One interesting thing about Bored Ape Yacht Club is, just for people that don't know, there were 10,000 generative, which means various versions of a single image. And the single image was a bored ape. And then you had a bored ape with a captain's hat, one with lasers coming out of his eyes, one with a beard, one clean shaven. Anyway, a whole bunch of them. Some of them are more rare than others. But the thing that was interesting is if you bought your ape, you can do whatever you want with that ape. In other words, you own the IP of that single ape that you bought. So you can go make t-shirts from that ape, put it on coffee mugs, do this, do that. It's much different than the traditional world where it's the IP is controlled by the, let's call it, master licensee. So in this case, you buy an ape, you can do whatever you want with it. But the fact is, all these people were doing all these things with their apes, and it started to create this groundswell of like mass appeal, which made the value of each individual ape go up. It's a really interesting dynamic. So, that's sort of what happened in that space. But as far as Sharif goes, we wanted people to feel like it would be valuable to be part of the O'Neill family community. And what would you be entitled to if you're a gold member? Well, you could get a FaceTime call from Sharif, or you could get a signed pair of shoes. Maybe the first game back, he signs his shoes and he gives it to a gold member. Maybe if you win the golden ticket, you can sit with the O'Neill family at the Heart Ball, which is the annual event that the American Heart Association has. So there's all kinds of incredible ways to reward your best members of the community and make sure that the community as a whole, feels really good about what's going to happen.
Right. So I was thinking that it might be good for the audience. So you buy your NFT and it goes into your wallet, your cryptocurrency wallet. Whether you're on Coinbase, they can accept Ethereum-based NFTs. So let's not go too deep into that, but that's one flavor. Or if you use MetaMask, you can store different types of wallets, different types of NFTs in different places. So,
well, what they're doing now, Bill, is, one of the pain points for consumers is having to go buy cryptocurrency, put it in their wallet, buy the thing, transfer it. It can be done, and it's not like impossible, but it's not something the average person knows about. I just saw a survey, 70% of people in America don't even know what an NFT is. So if you think about, I'm a consumer, I want something of value, how do I get it? Well, for Top Shots, for example, they built the Flow blockchain. They have their your Dapper Labs wallet, and you just click on it, pay with your credit card, and they hold your NFT for you. So they make it pretty simple. And ultimately, as time goes on, there's a lot of companies, coming online right now that are in the business of making the transfer from fiat or currency to tokens that you can buy NFTs with, very almost transparent. So you can't even tell what's going on, almost invisible. So I think there'll be a lot more ease of use going forward into the future.
Yeah. So on the last segment of this track, Dr. Frazier and Will basically said, the longer you wait, the less opportunity there is. I personally have found that it's a little more complicated, and it requires a 4-hour session for me to, as somebody that knows technology, to fully understand it sometimes. But where there's complexity, which is now getting simpler, Leonard, which is happening now, and people can put their credit card up on NBA Top Shot to buy an NFT. You don't have to worry about Ethereum or Bitcoin or anything like that. Where there's complexity, there's opportunity. So for those of you that are evaluating the NFT space, before it all gets built out, before the infrastructure is all there, you're talking about with NFTs, you're talking about the internet, just as an analogy, like in 1997 or 1998, when Amazon was selling books, before they created their ecosystem model. So great time to figure it out, to get involved before everybody else does. And that's why people are buying CryptoKitties, crypto punks, because they know that these initial NFTs, when they reach the use case of the metaverse, for example, and you can show these things, or just like Steph Curry putting it up as his profile pic, valuing it that much to show that hey, this is, I'm investing in this brand. We're early, and it's really important. So, Leonard, we have about 10 minutes left, and there's a few. I wanted to walk through. You talked about the methodology that you took, and I think for brands that are on this call, you've done a lot of analysis. You've talked to a lot of very smart people in the space. I know that you and I together have talked to people that have been very successful in the space. I think we can drop a little bit of knowledge to everybody if you walk us through maybe A to Z or whatever makes sense, the methodology you use on your NFT drop, so people can go, in a brand especially, what do I do? Like what philosophically, theoretically, strategically, operationally, what do I do?
Well, there's two. You got to think about who you're serving. Like, I've been in the service business my whole life and started off representing famous athletes. Like, my first client was, if people are old on this call, they'll remember him. He was one of the all-time greats in the NFL, Ronnie Lott. Incredible, amazing athlete. My first basketball player at the end of his career was Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Akeem Olajuwon, Shaq. And whenever you're dealing with someone like that, you're always serving them in ways that are, obviously at the very highest level. So you have to be innovative. You have to make sure that you've investigated everything before you come to a conclusion. But you always have to make sure that whatever it is that you're doing is targeted to what that customer or that client needs. In the case of a brand, you're looking at your consumer and you're saying to yourself, what is my consumer going to value? And then at the same time, since you're in a new space, a new technology, you want to make sure that you're authentic to the community in the new technology. So if you're going to do something in the NFT space, you want to do something that feels right to that core NFT community, and at the same time serves your core customer. So that's a little bit of a delicate dance, but that should be your first, point of entry. Who's my target, and how do I do something that's they're going to value and at the same time be embraced by the NFT community? So that's step number one. Okay, so then step number two is, what kind of story are we going to tell creatively that will take the form of an NFT and at the same time be of value to my customer and be appreciated by the NFT community? That's the second stage of all this. Then, of course, you want to make sure what you're doing is creatively compelling, so it feels really cool, it feels really right. And then, how do you do things that sort of surprise and delight your community? Something maybe they didn't expect that is of value to them. And then what can you do to bring that community together? I mean, everyone maybe out there has heard of something called Discord. It's a place where, for NFTs historically, people have gathered who have a common interest to discuss something that relates to sort of the series of NFTs that are being developed or the story that's unfolding. And sometimes it's a special, unique place of value. Like, you can only come in there potentially if you're a NFT holder. Like, if you're a Bored Ape Yacht Club holder, you can get into the Bored Ape Yacht Club Discord. And then you think about those same ideas, those same concepts for physical events. So you may have a party where only Bored Ape Yacht Club members are allowed in, and they feel special, they feel part of a community. And then, of course, one important thing, if a brand is out there listening, is how do you tell your story through public relations, through communications, that ensures you reach the audience you want to reach with the right story at the right time, at the right place. Because you want people to buy your NFT as soon as it's available, and you want to build up the perceived value for that NFT. So that's sort of a quick down and dirty sort of a framework or methodology that we use when we're developing something. Are you there, Bill? Bill? Bill, you seem frozen. For some reason, I don't think we're able to hear you any longer. I mean, if people can hear me, I can continue on if you like until Bill comes back online. But I think that NFTs are the marketing program of the future, and really the evolution of marketing, for brands. As I said earlier, it's sort of this confluence of the digital world and art that for many, many years has had value. Oh, Kane, what happened to Bill?
I'm not sure what happened. I wanted to make sure I had your back there.
Yeah. So, Kane, have you learned anything about NFTs in this little discussion?
You went through, first you gave us, I'm getting a little echo there, but first you gave us some real insight on, how NFTs, proliferated, right? The NBA at a time when, people weren't talking about it. Selfishly, I was thinking about my, when I first heard of, Big Shot and this Ja Morant dunk that he had. And I was just like, I was like, wow. And I was like, well, I could have missed that event, right? Because I don't watch every game and, family life and all of that good stuff. But more so, I was like, that was a monster dunk. I was like, that was actually something someone would want to keep. Yeah. And then I started to think about the licensing and the TV deals and the replays and, and the memes. And I'm like, whoa, this is something that, it's like, we see images so much that we take it for granted, but sometimes there's really just special moments.
Yeah, and you want to have the bragging rights that you own that special moment, right?
Absolutely. And so to see that it's a great thing, and to know that it, the NBA and other leagues are utilizing this type of technology, right?
Yeah.
To further brands and create equity,
Yeah.
right?
Well, look behind you. Look behind you. You see that picture frame behind you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So let's say, the LeBron James dunk that was a $240,000 NFT sale.
Mm.
Imagine in the future how that picture frame will be a digital picture frame. And when your friends come over, you can brag on the fact that you own that LeBron James dunk. And if they don't believe you, you can push a button and they'll see it show up right on your picture frame in real life.
Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. Leonard, I have learned a tremendous amount of things today. I know that our CEOs, our CMOs out there, the people that are looking to differentiate themselves in this digital world. And so I want to thank you and Bill. And I wish Bill was here. Oh, there you go, Bill.
Hey, he came back.
I want to thank you both for just giving us a lot of the behind the curtain. As I am a professional, a leader in the community, I've been Black for a good 40 years.
What were you before that?
Actually, we all come out the same color, just to be honest. And so, just to kind of see the evolution, the NBA has evolved. The technology has evolved with it, and so to have a behind the scenes view on how athletes and professionals and creatives are having their fair share. So I for one very much appreciate the data that you have and have been keeping aware of when it comes to this technology. Because that's another area that people tend to not talk about. They talk about the technology and how fun it is, but who's buying this, right? Who owns this? And when it comes to creating experience, if you're really an artist, you want to make sure that people receive it exactly the way that you intended it to, with inspiration. So I want to thank you both for being here today. I definitely know that we'll probably all talk in the future, but
yeah.
I want to bring in the next panel, which is one of my favorites, which is a connection from equity to finance, and so how we start to access new ways of creating wealth. So we got some great panels. Hopefully, you can stay on as we're going to have Leisha Bell from Black Girl Ventures and PayPal, and Mr. Gus Tucker of the Dream Exchange, and Mr. Johnny Stewart of Black Unicorn Factory. And so they're going to be talking about some amazing ways that wealth is created, and how everybody should participate in that. So thank you, gentlemen, very much.
Thank you. All right.
Yeah,
thanks so much, Kane.
Thank you,
Take
Kane,
care.
and thanks to Mike Johns as well. Great panels here today.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Classic streaming view or Zoom issue. But we are coming back. We wanted to take a break before our next panel, which is going to be finance and accessing new capital. So if you give us one more second, we'll be right with you and start back at 2:00. Thank you so much. one more time. We're going to kick it right back and continue on with our next panel, which is Ideas, Startups, and Entrepreneurships, Accessing New Capital. Accessing New Capital, where we have Ms. Leisha Bell and Mr. Gus Tucker. We're excited to have them today, and I'm just going to give you a little bit of their bio so that way we can be familiar with them. And so Leisha brings 20 years of demonstrated expertise in technology, innovation to bridge consumer experiences and money movement in the digital payment solution space. Leisha is currently at PayPal, where she is the lead product manager with Pay with Venmo product. Leisha is also a co-founder of BL or Black VC, an angel syndicate of moms funding Black and brown funders and women of color as a collective. Knowing Leisha, she's a tireless advocate for diversity, financial inclusion, and educational access. So I want to thank you, Leisha, for being here today. It is such an honor to have you. I'm really excited. I've been, just observing you and your ascent to the places where we couldn't be, into rooms that we couldn't get the locks unlocked to. And so I want to thank you, and for the listeners that are out there. Also have Mr. Gus Tucker of the Dream Exchange, which is the senior director of partnerships at the Dream Exchange, which is the first minority-owned exchange. I'm very much excited to have you, sir, and thank you for being here today as well. And so we're just going to kick it off with some of the questions, and I tend to be very selfish when it comes to these things, because I'm one of the people that wants to know, like, where does the money reside when it comes to technology? And when we talk about this particular panel, access to capital, access to money has eluded us. But in the last couple of years, technology has really created some ways for us to segue into those things a lot differently, not have to become a partner at a large firm, not have to go to a bank and access or ask for a loan. One person brought to me, we can get a loan for grad school, but we can't get a small business loan to start a business. And so those are the types of things. But with what we have now, we just had an epic conversation when it comes to NFTs and what NFTs is doing for the marketing creative space. In our space too, technology is erupting and disrupting our space. And so I'm really excited to have us here as a panel, and I wanted to kick it off with, just a softball question with the short time that we have is, what are you doing now when it comes, and what's going on right now in the financial landscape when it comes to access to capital? So thank you very much, and I'll kick that question to you, Leisha.
Yeah. I've been really inspired by the movement that's been happening since the death of many of our very own. And one of those moves was the work of PayPal Ventures to invest $500 million, and directly write checks. $100 million of that dollars went to emerging fund managers. So there's fund managers who may not have had that capital before getting corporate VC funds for early and pre-seed endeavors, which is a new trend that I hope that we can continue going forward. And those funds are Black and brown founders who are trying to invest in our communities and support entrepreneurs. So definitely check out any of those funds and pitch your pitch. In addition to that, I have a fund, BLXVC. It's Black and Latinx women investing in Black and Latinx women, which is like unheard of. There's very little representation for us in this market, and we get very little funding as a result of that. And until we bring ourselves as investors to invest in ourselves, that's how we change that narrative of the 99% who owns the capital, which is not us. Thanks.
It's awesome. And, Leisha, as you said, until we invest in ourselves, a difference won't be made. I was reading a study today by McKinsey, and they've got a Black economic mobility practice. And I was reading, and as I was reading it, I mean, it's great work, but it's like, okay, and now you need to wait for these other folks to do something to, and I'm like, time out, man, time out. So the Dream Exchange, here's what our intention is. I just did some back of the envelope numbers, and over $900 billion flows through the hands of Black people. Okay, just simple math, man. Simple math. Do the math. 200 million people over 18 years old. 13% of them are Black. Hello? It's 26 million. Median income for Black people is 35 grand per individual. It's $900 billion.
Wow.
900 billion. Okay, so now that becomes the public capital market. Now, what if we got a place?
Before you go on, let's reel it back a little bit more on. I mean, you just hit me with 9 billion, right? That's
900.
Not hello, right? So we just talked about a number that we don't hear every day. Give us a little bit of background on the Dream Exchange.
Yeah.
You know, and why this is different.
Yeah.
Right.
So here's what the Dream Exchange is saying. We're launching 2 stock exchanges. Okay. One is a national market exchange akin to the NASDAQ and the New York Stock Exchange.
Okay.
Right now today, 4,400 companies are traded on those 2 exchanges. To the tune of, write this number down, $136 trillion of value on an annual basis. 0% is traded on a platform owned by a person of color. In about 12 months or so, we're going to become the first option for that to happen with a state-of-the-art trading platform for the same funds, the same stocks you're buying today. What that means is you're going to have a Black-owned stock exchange that's a market maker, and also we'll be able to redirect some of those profits to support people that look like you and I. Second exchange, venture exchange. We're creating a new security that doesn't exist today, where privately held companies will have a marketplace for their stock. Check this out. With revenues of $10 million to $500 million in America today. You know how many companies there are? 320,000. How many companies are traded on the NASDAQ and the New York Stock Exchange? 4,400. So there's 325,000 with revenues from 10 to 500 million. And who knows how many from friends and family to Series A capital and beyond startups are out there. We're creating a marketplace called the Venture Exchange, where those people, we got to write all the rules and get all the legislation in place. But the goal is to have you as an African-American person, a Black person, to have a Black firm on our Venture Exchange and vote to support them. It's Black Wall Street reimagined. You will have a place where people that look like you, now we're going to set all companies, okay? But you're going to have a place where people look like you can launch their IPO, or in this case, a VPO, venture public offering, and raise money for their business. So now that whole $900 billion of capital that's flowing into the Black community, parts of it can be redirected and invested and create generational wealth in our community.
So we have we have a wide range of people that are on this stream right now. We have CEOs, marketing directors, we have entrepreneurs on this particular call. And so what I'm hearing is that there's two types of ways to raise capital. There's through the IPO process, and then which is more akin to or closer to the tech space is venture capital, right? And so how do these, for you, Leisha, how does venture capital play into or does not play into when it comes to the path on access to capital?
Yeah. So venture is a route for entrepreneurs who want to grow fast, high scale, enterprising type of companies. And so the way that they start is typically friends and family. And if you're a person of color, a marginalized person, you don't have friends or family that can give you a couple $100,000. So you kind of get kicked out right at the beginning, while other people are getting that seed money early on from their internal networks. And so not having access to those networks is a detriment. And so the problem is it takes us longer to grow and scale.
Okay.
And because we don't get access to those wealthy networks, ultra net worth networks that fuel that money. So our founders are trying to bootstrap, they're trying to crowdfund, they go to church and pass the plate, they're doing everything to try to get to a place where they can stabilize to scale, because it takes them longer to attract, a VC pre-seed type of money. And so because they're kind of behind, they lose some of that momentum. And, we're all about tracking momentum and how fast can you scale, but they're penalized because it's taking them longer to get access to that kind of capital, to get the resources and tooling they need to get to beta, to get to validation, to get to those things. And so that is what kind of stalls us out in this race to get money. You are rewarded for how fast you can get money in the venture space.
So if you have a really good idea and for whatever reason it's not getting any, as they say, traction, would you want to go to a person like or organization like Dream Exchange, or do you kind of say, hey, keep digging out your minimum viable product or your MVP, right? For you, Gus, when is a good time to approach where the money has always been, right? Venture capital is one place for access to capital, but again, when it comes to public or capital markets, that's not a popular route for entrepreneurs.
So part of our vision at the Dream Exchange is to create a continuum of access to capital. And as Leisha said, it starts with friends and family all the way up to an IPO. Okay. Not everyone is going to qualify to get on one of our exchanges and go public, either through the National Market Exchange or the Venture Exchange. So we're in the process of creating a network, ecosystem called DreamX Connect. It's available today. It's free. It's in its rudimentary stages. Think of it this way. Think of it as LinkedIn or a marketplace for entrepreneurs, where you have investors, you have business owners looking to raise capital, and you have business support organizations that provide technical expertise to companies to help them to scale. They may need marketing support, IT support, corporate governance, whatever. Okay. So imagine that network exists, okay, where we can matchmake and put people together. And ultimately, as Leisha said, to do that at speed, at the speed at which people need those resources, because the value of a business is its idea. How valuable is the idea? Does it really make people's lives better? Is it really a game changer? Do you have the ability to execute? Regardless of what your skin color is, can you do this and make this happen? our goal is to create a place where ideas of value and value can be exchanged and created before as an on-ramp to getting onto our exchanges. Okay. And we're looking at some other things I can't mention to make those things happen, but we want to create a place where it doesn't matter what you look like. It matters what your idea looks like.
Mm-hmm. Right on, right on.
Okay. And so our goal is to create a place like that even before you get onto exchange, so you can ramp up and get the money you need to get proof of concept, to be able to do prototypes, to be able to do the things you need to do to make sure you've got a scalable concept and business model. Okay, so the guys who started the Dream Exchange, so by point of background, 2007 to 2011, I ran the Entrepreneurship Center at the Urban League in Chicago, where 24/7, 365, our goal was to help Black businesses scale. What was the problem? Access to capital, access to the best practices, and access to customers. Okay. So the guys who are starting the Dream Exchange, they were consultants with us alongside working with these Black companies, trying to get them money. And they were helping us to raise money. These are white guys. They're helping us to raise money because they valued ideas. You understand what I'm saying? And they valued people, not as colors. And so they got frustrated with the whole process. And the Dream Exchange grew out of that frustration and saying, hey, look, if you were a business owner and I told you that 30 to 40% of your assets were performing at about 20% of their capability, what would you do as the CEO of that company? That's called Black and Brown America. Okay.
Right.
So our goal is to unleash the power and the magic and the capability of those assets called Black and Brown people.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you guys for that. For you, Leisha, I'm so excited for you being here because there's Black, brown, and there's women and transgender and different things. And so you can tell us a little bit about what you're seeing behind the video streams now when it comes to conversations for different people with diversity. How are they accessing capital? And are people using different methods to access capital versus a Black thing or a brown thing?
Yeah, I'm very encouraged because there's been some amazing raises like Summa and quite a few new entities saying, I'm getting only Black and brown capital. I'm only getting Black and brown investors. So, which is amazing that one, we can pull our money together and start investing in these companies. And so that we can also get the equity and the benefit of the growth of these companies. So what happens is typically we get locked out. If you're a superstar company, the Black investors are getting locked out. They can't even get in this game. And then you talk about late stage. We don't even have representation of late stage VC firms that are Black and brown led. Like that doesn't even exist in 2021. So, we mostly exist in the emerging sector. So I think that is so inspiring that people are being intentional about who's on their cap tables and have the opportunity to do so. And I also think people are getting creative about VC money and how they raise and dilution and not losing all their equity and holding on to some of that, because unfortunately, when we have our IPO, we got to go to work the next day. It's like, okay, that may have paid the car note or that student loan, but they're not saying, oh, I could be a VC investor or start my own fund. They're not generating that kind of wealth. And so that's what we have to get to and be mindful of and keep our own IP. That's very critical to this process. I would also say, our entrepreneurs are designing the world they want to live in. I think about the next generation building out clothing that they androgynous clothing, things that they wear, things that they want to see in marketplace that aren't representing Black boys. There's not even a market for Black boys, building products for that. So they're creating the world that they want to live in. And that is so inspiring, I think, to me, to see that, you know, we have to create the change we want to see. No one else is going to do it for us.
So if I can just continue on, I see we have Mr. John Stewart here as well.
Hey,
Hey, John, I'll bring you in 1 second. But Felicia, you know, you talked about, you know, just emerging markets and just like the early stages. So what happens when we want to go from, you know, 50 million to 500 million, right? Where are the Black and brown faces and the different sexualities and things of that nature? How is that conversation happening? Because there's always something that we want to look forward to as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, we're just now having our Black unicorns. Like, we're just now getting there, like last year. And so you have Rihanna, Fenty Beauty, creating products for women of color that people said that was a pink ghetto market. That wasn't a viable market. It's $1 billion business, you know? And they're showing them that actually, no, we are worthy of investment and we are disproving you. And we know what we're building. There's a whole market behind us that will fuel it. And, you know, you have to change the notions of people's minds about what they think is profitable and not profitable.
Thank you very much for that response. I'm always curious. And now we have John here with the Black Unicorn Factory. I'm excited to have you here too, John. I know that you may see some familiar faces here.
My brother Gus
on the screen.
What's up, Johnny?
Hey.
We started the conversation about you know, new ways of raising capital, and we just had a panel with some icons and advisors when it talks about NFTs and how it was disrupting the space in the marketing / creative professional space. But then we have the financial disruption that is happening with technology and the ways that, you know, it's possible to raise capital. And so wanted to Leisha talked about, you know, diversity in venture capital, and Gus talked a little bit about, you know, the existence of the Dream Exchange. You know, bring us down to the incubation level. You know, what does that look like when it comes to scraping up your first, you know, $1 to $50,000, you know, to actually get in front of Alicia or Gus?
This is very interesting. I mean, there's a lot of different ways I can go, but we're completely in the venture capital market, totally underrepresented. In terms of capital investment, 1% of, as Gus knows, 1% of venture capital is invested in people of color. And typically 99% of venture capital doesn't come towards us. So we do consider those that are receiving venture capital. But on the larger picture, where the really 1% is closer to 0% than it is to 100. My thing is that we have to actually think out of the box. And if you want to change things, well, you're going to have to change things. And the thing is that venture capital at Black Unicorn Factory, we do look at venture capital raising in a different way, unorthodox, innovative. And when I say that, it takes many people by surprise that we will be able to create public market ready companies, but without the need of traditional venture capitalists or angel investors.
Wow.
And what we've done is, you have to remember, an asset doesn't mean cash, as in most people who know in accounting. An asset is something of value. But as KPMG, the largest accounting firm in the world, stated, people are assets too. Now, if you were to convert people into an asset and infuse them, just like you infuse cash capital into a company, most people are not aware that you can actually create the same value that cash created. So when they're talking about billion-dollar companies and those that have millions of dollars worth of cash, they don't realize that what if I were to insert another asset called human capital, or people, into a company? Would it have the same value? And one of the things that I teach at the Black Unicorn Factory is to take a look at what cash can do in millions of dollars in cash and tell me, what do you think millions of dollars worth, millions of loyal people could do for a company? And which form of capital would be most beneficial to your company? Would millions of dollars benefit you, or millions of loyal people benefit you more? Which one? I teach at the Black Unicorn Factory that I'm a different type of new age venture capitalist, but I use human capital. And human capital, which are people, are the greatest asset in the world. Because if you look at it, what would any business be without people? Doesn't matter what you sell, but without people, what are you? So the thing is that though they are putting in large amounts of capital, venture capitalists into these companies, did you know that the failure rate very seldom changes? You see, just because you put money in it doesn't mean it's not going to fail 75% of the time. But what we found is that when we infuse human capital into a company, it reduces the failure rate almost to nothing. But money can't do that. As you'll notice, they have an article in the Wall Street Journal. It's called A Venture Capitalist's Dirty Little Secret. And it says that those companies without venture capital fail at 90%, but those that with venture capital still fail at 75%. So you'll find that most venture capitalists who only invest in 1% of those who pitch them, many of them will tell you that, well, even though we might invest in companies at a very small rate of those that come in front of us, we know that 75% are going to fail. Here in Silicon Beach in Southern California, they have a strategy which is called the spray and pray investment strategy. They know that 75% of these startups are going to fail. So what they're going to do, we're just going to spread our eyes and just invest in as many companies as we can, because we know that 75% of you are not going to return us a dime. And they're aware of that, and they're okay with it, because they'll take their losses that they make from the 75% in losses and write that against their taxes. The thing that you'll find is that when you infuse loyalty and a large loyalty amount of people, there's something magical that takes place that most venture capitalists now are becoming aware of. One, you put $100 million worth of capital into a company, it creates a unicorn status. I take 1 million loyal people and put them into a company, and I've created unicorn status. But here's the thing, as I want you to notice, most entrepreneurs only have 1 or 2 streams of revenue. That's all. And the reason why that the failure rate is very high is because you only are dealing with 1 or 2 streams. In investing, that would be called putting all your eggs in one basket. You see, when you infuse people into a large contingency of people into your company, you completely transform the company. But the crowd, but as I want to point out, and I want to point this out, the crowd of people that are infused into your company as shareholders who are partners with you, they're capable of 25 streams of revenue. Now you compare a 1 or 2 streamer of revenue against a company that makes 25 streams of revenue, and I'll tell you, you got a totally different business, because your business, the normal business, has 1 or 2 streams, and a crowd-based business has 25 streams. Who do you think is more sustainable? You see, if you get hit with 1 or 2, casualties in business of competition or COVID, you're out of business. But if I get hit and I have 27 streams, I'm still going to be around, still making money. What is happening is that the reason why the failure rate is so high in small business is because you got all your eggs in one basket. And when you do all those eggs in one basket, you're susceptible to, like I said, to disruption, failure, and other things. But we have to actually teach, not just in how to create billion-dollar companies, but you got to break down this broken system of business. 90% is just not acceptable. If anyone told you that 90% of businesses, it's normal for them to fail, and you went, oh, that's normal. I'm like, really? You call that a system? If anyone would call that a system, they would have to say it's a broken one.
Right.
What we have to do as a small business community, first of all, is we have to change the narrative of failures, creating failures. And a lot of investors are not investing into businesses knowing that they're going to fail. We've tried to create a business that has a very, very low failure rate. Only way I can do that, I got to use a different form of capital.
Right. And so in the business world, we talk about risk, right?
Yes.
We talk about risk management.
Mhm.
We have Gus on the call, talk to not only with the capital markets, but also when it comes to partnerships.
Yes.
Right. As we evolve, as a troop, as a crew, as a network, it evolves to the next level. But partnerships is also a form of access to capital because it can open up other doors. I mean, we have, and so for Gus, you know, when it comes to strategic partnerships, not only as an entrepreneur, but in terms of the accelerator heads that are on the call as well, you know, throughout the country, you know, how do we look at the intangible capital, right, or intrinsic value of partnerships to leverage or level up, as they say, as the young people say?
Well, you know, I guess one of the things I'm looking at, I wrote this down on my notes over here. It takes a village of support resources to grow a business. I don't purport to have all the answers, but you know, if I work with Leisha and understand what she brings to the table, and I understand what Johnny brings to the table, and what other folks bring to the table, we can look at this business and say, how can we support this company so that they're successful? Why are businesses not successful? They don't have enough paying customers. If you have enough paying customers, you'll never go out of business. As long as what they pay is more than what it costs you and more than your cost of capital, and you can return profits to the shareholders, you're good. So Johnny's got this harebrained idea. Johnny don't have a lot of hair, but he got a lot of harebrained ideas. So he's got this harebrained idea about how to bring paying customers. It's kind of new. And Leisha's over here with these investors. Why don't we get together and figure out how we can do this thing?
So
versus operating in our silos, saying, how can I grow my thing?
Right.
Okay.
So we have, like I said, we have people from all over the world, different brands, asset classes. One of the things that I saw from the CEO Action for Diversity and Inclusion, they are somewhat of a register, to Leisha's point that she mentioned earlier, after the untimely passing of Mr. George Floyd, or Brother George Floyd. There was an outcry of support, allyship, and, you know, people who just genuinely want to see value created in Black and brown spaces. What would you say to the CEOs who may have made pledges out there, and how they can engage and win together, right? Because, you know, to John's point, first of all, I went to plenty of school. I went to plenty of business school, and if somebody told me 1 out of 10 business, or you know, half of a business out of 10 businesses were going to be successful, and that's a business model, I could have saved my education. I could have just tried it out myself, right? That is not a strategy. It's definitely not a clear one. And so, you know, having higher quality business models, right, is important. So that we all can increase value, because that's what it's really about, is increasing value. What would you say in terms of just being open to how to partner uniquely with organizations of African American descent, or Black businesses, or Black enterprises and consultants?
Kane, I think that the future of business is going to be partnering. Basically kind of like crowdsourcing in a sense.
Okay.
Businesses that are digital, that are online entrepreneurs in the future, they are going to need the masses of online shoppers and online consumers to not just be a consumer, but to partner. But I'd like to speak more directly into the black and brown. We have to change use these public markets to actually change and elevate us and the brown community and black community financially. We know that Wall Street has made more millionaires and billionaires than any other financial vehicle there is in history in the United States. We now, because of law changes such as the one that Gus represents, we're now able to enter into a market that if we do this right, we can change this wealth gap problem. So, but it starts with, our mindset about how we're going to change things. Like I said, if we're going to change things, we're going to have to change things. We got to change things. Things can't be the same. And going to a stock market, being a unicorn, I say it all the time in my teachings that the guys from Shark Tank, Robert Herjavec, is saying, if you invest your money into a unicorn that's going to go public, you will make 1,000 times your money. That's one. How can we close this wealth gap? Invest in a unicorn. The return is so high and so lucrative, we could close the wealth gap. Even Michael Clayton, I believe his name is Clayton. I can't remember his last name, but he's the head of the SEC. He's indicated himself that, look, we could close the wealth gap. All we need to do is to basically take those who do not invest and help them to become investors. That's the biggest downfall of the black and brown community is we don't invest. What you have to do is you have to give, we have to give the black and brown community a hand up, meaning that this is why we tried, what we call sweat equity, which means to earn equity instead of paying cash for it. We know that we struggle and don't have the finances many times to invest. Our community doesn't. After we get finished paying bills, it's not much money left to invest with. We would like to invest, but everyone is saying invest, 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 but they haven't answered the question. Did you hear me? I said I don't make enough money. Is there an alternative? That's the question. Did you create an alternative for those who say I'm 78% of people out there are saying that they're living paycheck to paycheck. Everyone is saying they want this community of ours to invest, but they only have one option to invest, cash. So we said, look, if you're willing to earn the equity, you can have equity in these companies as well. That becomes another option. Also, it will encourage more people because they didn't have to put in cash to invest if they could invest with sweat equity. We at Black Unicorn Factory are trying to encourage the black and brown community to say, hey, look, money's not stopping you from investing anymore. All you have to do is partner with companies that are going public and help them to raise revenue and value. And this way we can, you together will benefit. It's a win-win situation.
Absolutely.
But if you look at it, we also de-risk the situation as well. See, people put money into investments that fail 90% of the time. What? But if you were to put no money into an investment or take money off the table, where's no risk? Where's the risk of risking any money when you didn't put any in?
Right.
Sweat equity creates a situation where it's an easier threshold to become a shareholder, and it takes all the risk out of the investment. And many times we have the time to invest when we don't have the money. One thing I know that a person without money has a lot of. He's got a lot of time on his hands. But the thing that you'll find out, we've polled people and found out that 98% of people that were asked, would you rather invest your time, a fraction of your time, or invest your cash? And 98% said, I'd rather do time.
Right.
But that's not an investment option.
Mm-hmm.
We've always known that Webster's Dictionary, and anywhere you look, it says sweat equity is to earn a share of stock instead of paying cash. But how many people that are raising capital will say that you can earn it? You don't have to give me cash. I take. Right.
But
That option, but the option doesn't exist.
So let me segue to the other side of the pendulum, John.
Okay.
For the entrepreneur, but then there's also there's what do you call it, entrepreneurship. There's venture, corporate venture capital that has emerged in the last couple of years, and so there are entities out there that are looking for true innovation. They have good people, they have the infrastructure, right? They may not have the special sauce, but when it comes to partnering, again, we have to look at partnerships in a whole different way.
Yeah.
Right? As you said. And so, you know, the traditional M&A, an M&A deal, you know, is a form of innovation, the way that things are being done now. So for you, Leisha, from a corporate venture, you know, perspective or a social impact space, right? It's very blurry at that stratosphere. But, you know, how do you welcome you know, those types of partnerships, and what are you looking for?
Yeah, I mean, first off, I would say we're better together, and there's no reason to be the sole lonely solo entrepreneur by yourself. I mean, there's not a technology out there that hasn't leveraged other technology to be great. It's called APIs and open source code. Like, we need to open source within community, within organizations. If PayPal says they want you to write a check, you say thank you, and you leverage that money and you build. You know, I don't think we have the privilege to turn away capital that's going to build us. You know, I feel very strong. We don't have enough money circulating to do that. You know, we take our pennies and we have to make them work for us however we can. And, you know, if it's just a moment, use the moment, capitalize the moment, and soar with it, you know, because the moment it might not be here next year. We already know commitments are fading, but for the money that is there to be utilized, use it and soar and fly high.
Absolutely. And Gus, if did you want to chime in on partnerships and strategic partnerships or alliances that are beneficial to the entity in need of capital, right? During that particular phase.
Yeah, so at the Dream Exchange, what we're endeavoring to do is, as I mentioned through DreamX Connect, is we encourage the intersection of people's ideas and money, okay, so that they can come together and create something better together than they could otherwise. When we're working with a company, an entrepreneur who was in one market trying to raise money, hitting his head up against the wall, and it just wasn't working. But in the process, figured out, I don't need to be in this space. I need to be in this space, and I can leverage other areas of expertise that I have, and it'll remove my need for this capital. And what I actually need is access to content and to some software and to some social media markets, and I can get the same place without the need for this amount of capital. So it changed the amount of capital he needed, the type of capital he needed, and boom, now their business is off and running. So sometimes it's ideas that people need. Sometimes it's money that people need. And I want to flip the other side just real quick, because I work with individuals and businesses on their finances, okay, as well. And when you talk to most business owners, the person whose finances in most disarray is the business owner. Okay, so one of the things that I want you to think about as an individual, okay, as an individual out in the marketplace, trying to grow your personal wealth. First thing is, how good are you at making money? How good are you at making money? The median income in America is $35,000, $40,000. How good is the average person at making money? Learn how to create value through entrepreneuring, where you work, creating ideas, you create more value for your corporation, and then entrepreneuring. How can you create more value for the marketplace and therefore elevate the amount of money that's coming into your household? Second thing is, how much are you saving and investing? I'm going to suggest to you that you need to start at 10 to 20%. How can I live investing 10 to 20%. You figured out how to live going into debt and figuring how to make those payments month to month or not, or how to work the system. Take that same creativity and say, I'm going to take 10 to 20% off the top, and I'm going to figure out how to change my lifestyle, and I'm going to invest. And you do that, start developing an investing habit and an entrepreneurial habit and a generational wealth habit. And I'm going to determine my self habit, and those things will change your financial future. How? Because I believe in your creativity.
Mm-hmm.
And then you'll figure it out. Johnny didn't come to the business model that he's developed overnight, did you, Johnny?
No, believe me.
8 years, right?
8 years. Yeah.
8 years of trying to figure it out.
Well, mhm.
What's a whole lifetime before that?
Right.
One
And
of
so-
the
Oh, go ahead, please.
one
Comment
of
on that,
one of
John.
the things that is a generational wealth is a very interesting subject today, and many times I study the different strategies of generational wealth. But if you mathematically sit down and you list and you write down some of the strategies, you'll find that many of the strategies are actually, they are vehicles. In investing, we call different ways to invest vehicles. Some vehicles are Volkswagens and some of them are Bugattis. What we need to do is to introduce our community to Bugattis and things like that. But you'll find that, there, like I said, as one guy said in the song, there's a million hustles. Choose one. The thing that you have to realize is that for our community, we've been trying since 1864. We were the poorest race in America. And here it is in 2022. Guess who still holds that title? The one thing that we have to do is our strategies have to change. They have to change. And one of the strategies that is changing is you're looking at Gus, and I know that, you're looking at Gus. This is looking directly into the future wealth of what's coming. See, because once our community invests in companies that exit and go public, you're going to see the greatest amount of Black billionaires and millionaires ever created in the history of the United States. That's what's about to happen.
Absolutely.
Because once you got to remember, I deal with entrepreneurs all the time. I'm trying to destruct that 90% failure thing. I'm trying to destruct businesses that basically start, gather up money, and really have no exit strategy. They'll never see Gus in the Dream Exchange. That's one of the things about intelligent investors is they want to hear about how they can make some money from what you do, but they really want to know how they're going to get their money back. You see, ROI means return on investment, and that tells me how much money I can make if I put it in you. But there's a second ROI that's return on it of investment. I need to know when I'm getting my money back. And many times when I'm listening to people talk about how much money they need for what they want to do, I also need to hear how I'm gonna get my money back. You are gonna give me my money back, right?
Absolutely.
You're not just gonna take my money and I'm never gonna get it back, right?
Absolutely.
So I need to hear that, I'm going to the Dream Exchange. I'm gonna exit. I'm gonna return your capital back to you with a VIG on it, as they say. But my point is 98% of the businesses that I talk to have no exit strategy in their business model.
Right.
And are you going to sell the business, or are you going to take the business public? And they go, oh, well, I haven't really thought about that.
And that's where we are. That's where
serious?
we're at. And that's where we're at today, right?
Yeah.
We're on the preface of the Computer Electronics Showcase, right? 2022, right? This day has come. To put us in the future. We're talking about the Black Unicorn Factory. We're talking about the Dream Exchange. We're talking about Black Girls Ventures and PayPal. This is in real time, right? Yeah. And I always I talk about value a lot at the Black Cooperative Investment Fund in mining, through nonprofits, mining the community, because the innovation is there. We have Black unicorns, pun intended, in our neighborhoods, in places where the resources are most scarce. And so, that's where you can get the most bang for your buck or return on investment. or return on capital investment, right? I wanted to finish off with Leisha in terms of when it comes to Black Girl Ventures, in your leadership in that particular role. How does that give you an advantage when finding, unique opportunities? And tell us a little bit about Black Girl Ventures as well.
Yeah, so Black Girl Ventures is an amazing organization by Shelley Bell, who essentially deserves that Black women get attention and are the largest group growing entrepreneurs in this country and deserve investment. We get the least amount of investment, and Black women live in poverty. The average worth of the single Black mother is $5, which most Black women are in this country. And so, I always have to add in that gender lens, because until you pull us up with you, Black men, other men, we don't get there. I mean, we get our wealth by marrying. That's still the way that most women get wealth today in society. And so we have to change that. So what Black Girl Ventures does is have amazing pitch competitions, encourages women to be entrepreneurs, encourages us to value ourselves and have others, vote with their checks, essentially, so that we can go on and be enterprising in the ways that we know how to do and be and exist. And so I think that's important for people to know, because we get less than 1% of that investment in VC, but we know we are definitely worthy and innovative.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
I have three Black girls in my house. I'm married to one for 36 years. Okay, and I have two daughters, both who are entrepreneurs. Okay,
right, and
so
okay.
I'm the number one angel investor.
And then John, in terms of what you do, you're creating such a large space in the California ecosystem. I salute you on what you're doing in that arena. Do you have time? Do you get time to do other things outside of when it comes to nonprofit in the seed level, or
Yes, we do.
Please talk a little bit about that.
One of the things that a person has to understand is that a profit company can act as or like a nonprofit. It's just their mindset and what they try to do. So many times, but for tax reasons and other reasons, most profit companies do have a nonprofit arm. But I wanted to say something about what Leisha said.
Sure.
When we talk about creating generational wealth, when the women in which we teach and are in our program hear that, it resonates to a whole different level. Because listen to what I've spoken and said in my class. If you really want a reason why you should go to the Dream Exchange or why you should go public, let me give you a real good reason. Your great-grandchildren. You see, when you take a company public, the founders of these companies that go public will never have to work again for the rest of their lives. Because when you take a company public, the founders are made rich because of the percentages that they own in public companies. So when I say this about generational wealth, imagine that a woman goes public and she makes $300 or $400 million because of her company going public. Do you know that she has enough wealth now to take care of generations of her grandchildren? So if they need a real good reason to go public, I'm gonna give it to you. Do it for your grandkids. And see, when I say generational wealth, it's something totally different between men and women. When they hear generational wealth, you're talking about my babies. And if you're gonna do something, grandma, do it for the babies. If you want a good reason to go public, I'm going public because I'm trying to help my babies. You see that are coming. That because more people don't understand why you do something is many times more important than what you do. Absolutely. And you have to understand that in our particular case, we're going to go public. Why? Because we're trying to close the wealth gap. Why? Because we're trying to create generational wealth. Why? Is because we're going to improve our economy as a people. Absolutely. So they don't quite understand. I know that it's complex. It's new to us. It's unorthodox, but we can do it. And that's why I become so offended sometimes when I hear people say, well, your people are ignorant. I tell them our people aren't ignorant. They're infants. Absolutely. You know the difference between an infant An infant doesn't know.
Absolutely. And
You don't
John,
get mad because they
and
don't know.
John,
You
John,
understand where they are. So I take to my people as though like they're an infant, and you know how an infant is. You know, you be gentle with
absolutely,
them.
John. So I
Okay.
love the comments, but we
I'm
got
sorry. You know how I get fired up with my people.
I know
love that
I know the fire runs deep, but we got a global panel.
I'm sorry.
You know, people here, and we got a great panel. So I'm going to thank you both, all three of you. Thank you, Leisha. Thank you, Gus, and thank you, John, for your passions when it comes to access to capital in new ways. And we'll be in touch. But you know, Digital Mind State, Tech with Soul 2022. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate the opportunity.
And so, we, you know, this is just the content has just been amazing. What people want to share when it comes to digitizations, NFTs, access to capital. This is coming in real time, and so we want to also make sure that we talk about the future of work. Right. The person I'm going to bring up next to the stage in moderation is Miss Tish Brazil. Miss Tish Brazil is of the Chavis Group, which she serves as the Chief Operating Officer for the organization, where she's the head of marketing and distribution, and I mean, she just does so much, to be honest. I know I'm eating up some of your time, Tish, but there's just so many things that you do that I want to make sure that it's included. But I do know that you got a full panel that you want to bring on. So I'm gonna you know, do that, and then I'm gonna let you take it away.
Thank you so much, Kane. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you to the entire team at Digital Mind State, as well as Tech This Out News. Yes, we are here. This is Tech with Soul at CES 2022. And it's a phenomenal opportunity for us to all collaborate, chat, and work together on innovation, technology, artificial intelligence, but with one element that's vitally critical. You must have a soul to participate in Tech with Soul. So I think that everyone here on this panel qualifies. Most notably, I also want to acknowledge the CEO of Digital Mind State, Mike Johns, for coordinating and organizing and orchestrating this entire event. Much appreciation. I am Talisha K. Basil, and I am the COO, of the Chavis Group. And basically, I work and serve with Dr. Benjamin F. Chavis Jr. on human and civil rights issues. So that work can take me in multiple directions. It is really a pleasure to be asked to moderate this esteemed panel of phenomenal ladies. This afternoon, we're going to be examining what the future of work looks like from Las Vegas vantage point. More broadly, the United States. We will evaluate how to address the digital divide, as well as the repositioning of resources to create a sustainable workforce. So I cannot wait to hear what these dynamic ladies have to share. Without further ado, I'd like to have our introduce themselves. Up first, Kara Jenkins. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Tish. Hi, everybody. My name is Kara Jenkins. I'm the administrator to the Nevada Equal Rights Commission. We are a state organization that is primarily responsible for ensuring equity and inclusion in the state, in public spaces, in employment and education. And I'm just honored to be on this panel. KJ, which is also my moniker, invited me to be on this panel. I was just so happy to represent the state here and show that we are really looking at digital equity issues so that folks can compete, especially our kids in schools. in light of COVID, we saw a lot of disparity and access. And so I think this is an important conversation. And we're happy to be here. I'm happy to be here and also answer any questions, at least as it relates to our role, what we can do to help folks here in this state, and also to any takeaways that I can give back to Gov and just my colleagues on what are some of the key issues in digital equity that our folks are seeing. So thank you so much, Tish, and I'm really, really excited to be here.
You are much appreciated. Up next, Lynn Pingal.
I want to say good afternoon to everyone who has joined today. I think, wow, what an afternoon of amazing information. So appreciate the invitation. My name is Arlen Pingal. I am the CEO of Mackey Company, and I host a podcast called Procurement Games and Open Conversations. Mackey Company is a strategic consulting company focused on the supply chain management, basically procurement and workforce solutions on the government side. We've developed an ecosystem to help minorities, women, and veterans pierce that veil in government contracting as well as employment. We write policies that are race and gender conscious, ensuring that we're not just like part of the system, but rather influencing it. So personally, I'm inspired by my kids, Michaela and Keegan, who really told me, hey, take the leap to become an entrepreneur. So I've been an entrepreneur for a while. Gosh, 22 years. I'm aging myself, goodness gracious. And I've launched about 1,500 businesses. I'm based out of Nevada, but also in Minnesota. My work in Minnesota allowed me to assist minorities, women, and veterans, about 200 of them. 127 got $42 million in contracts. So when I talk about understanding the procurement process, Kara, you're definitely going to be my girl. I'm going to be constantly knocking at your door. And I'm excited to be on this amazing panel with Stacy, Zora, and let's get started.
Thank you. And next, Stacy Powell.
Hello, good evening. I am Stacy Powell. I am the Senior HR Consultant with SJP Independent Consultants. So I'm the owner and operator as well. I work with companies much like Lynn, with helping with workforce solutions, HRIS, which is Human Resources Information Systems, and getting the right fit for internationally for candidates. So I'm so glad to have all of you here today, and I'm glad to be on this live podcast so that we can reach out to you all and discuss hiring in 2022.
Thank you. And up next, Zora.
Hello, everyone. I hope you guys are having an awesome afternoon. This is so exciting, and I'm so thankful to be part of this. I wanted to basically just introduce myself. I am a media personality. I work for Channel 13 News. I'm very new to Las Vegas, but what I really wanted to talk about is the transition and how tech had played such a huge role in the transition for COVID-19. I mean, we saw TV anchors go from, at the desk to doing news from their living rooms. And so tech played a tremendous part in really all media sales and all of that stuff. So I can't wait to talk about that and just discuss all of the amazing things with you ladies.
Well, thank you. And without further ado, we can jump on in. And the next segment will just consist of questions that I have right here in my hand. And I'll just run through, have each of you all, I'll ask and have you answer a question, and then give a summary, a culmination at the end of your thoughts based on what you hear from your colleagues speaking and anything that has come to mind while we're having our discussion. So are we all ready, set, go? All right, let's start out with Kara. Please share with the audience how your work impacts the future of work in Las Vegas and potentially other cities nationwide.
Oh, wow. How our work impacts Las Vegas.
Yes.
And so I'm sorry, first of all, I've got a line of sun because the sun is setting here in beautiful Las Vegas.
Yes.
So that will go away in about 10 minutes, ladies. So let me just talk to you a little bit about what it is we do. So I was having this conversation with my chief. And so the mission of the Equal Rights Commission is to basically foster an environment of equal access and enjoyment in the state of Nevada. Thank you so much, Leela. She's actually helping get this line off my face. And so our goal and our mission is to make sure that people are able to enjoy the state, whether you're visiting or living here. Leela, it's okay. I need to get into it. Thanks. It's kind of distracting. And so that people can enjoy the state and freely work, live, play here, or visit. And so when we talk about what that means with digital, a lot of times, and this is something that I kind of alluded to in my introduction, when we saw COVID happen in March, there was a very big impact to marginalized communities and communities of color. So we're talking not only Black and brown communities, but rural communities that didn't have access to internet or an iPad. And what do you do also too, if you're a single mother and you have to stay at home and your kids are now remoting from home? Who gets the laptop? Who gets the computer? Who gets the internet access? How do we share time? One of the things that we've noticed, and other states noticed as well, equal rights agencies like NERC, similar to NERC, was that this was actually preventing folks to enjoy and equally access not only opportunities to get jobs, because now hiring was virtual, interviews are virtual, attending classes were virtual. If you don't have basic internet, that was a problem for a huge part of our population. So one of the things that I was really impressed to see was how quickly the state responded to that need. And in creating a COVID-19 task force, the governor actually created a public and private partnership, which is why the state and the government needs to basically collaborate with private entities like Cox to try to create an opportunity to get people access to internet so that they can compete, whether it's making sure you take your test online and submit it online, or if you can apply for a job online. This is the future. So it is my hope that actually being a part of a conversation where we don't just see brick and mortar equal rights access, but actually digital access happen, and learning and gleaning from you ladies on what that looks like. That's the impact we want to make, because we now know that COVID is here. And it's something that we're going to have to live with. We're going to have to navigate around. We're going to have to be prepared for. And in order for people to be successful, particularly more marginalized communities, they need to have access. And so what does that look like? And how do we make sure that folks can actually compete and enjoy? And one of the things that was really interesting in a publication I was reading was that, the digital divide with folks not being able to, or young students being able to access schools, is almost very similar to Brown versus Board of Education, where you had segregation in schools. It's a different type of access. If I can't access my classes online, I'm not equally being able to enjoy schooling, right? So it wasn't realized in 1954, separate but equal, but it's kind of a concept. But the good news is, I do want to say the state of Nevada was way ahead of the curve. And so we created, well, not us, but the COVID-19 task force that the governor had instituted through public and private partnerships, created this thing called Connect to Compete program. And it actually created a support center so that families, about 18,000 families, were able to get reliable internet during the pandemic, during the height of the pandemic. Hard to reach students were visited in person by local municipal workers. And by December of 2021, Connecting Kids reported that pretty much 500,000, close to 500,000 Nevada students have been connected or given access to the internet. We were
wow, those are astounding numbers. Those are astounding.
But how do we make that impact moving forward, and how do we navigate it where we are now seeing that coding is a big thing? I remember, two ladies, and you guys can chime in, when during the pandemic, when we started going back out again, that there were no menus. I had to basically put my iPhone on a menu to get a code to access the menu. So I needed a phone. I needed a smartphone. Yeah. Having access to a smartphone, even knowing how to code. How are people equipped to even learn these types of jobs? So I think that there's just so many wonderful untapped resources that tech can provide to offer access and equal access for people to compete and learn. And so again, I just hope that the impact that our agency can make will be one that is relevant in real time and prepared.
Thank you. Thank you. That was a jam-packed response. We have a lot to unpack.
Coffee, ladies. I don't know. That might have been the Starbucks.
No, it's great. It's awesome. Arlen, you're up next. What are the challenges that businesses face when doing business with the government that has frustrated you? And if you could follow up with, how can agencies allocate tech dollars specifically for BIPOC firms set aside?
All right, I need Kara to take notes because this is totally up her alley.
Right.
And definitely, this is my platform and this is my soapbox. So allow me to get on it for just about 2 seconds. So, challenges that businesses face when doing business with the government. And preface, I've done government work overseas as well as the US. So I know that there are global listeners here, and I'm almost 77% confident this also happens overseas. So at high level, government agencies are really doing their best to be inclusive. And, Kara being, very articulate in her explanation as to getting technology to the communities is awesome. Now, unfortunately, on the procurement side, unfortunately, on the workforce side, and across the U.S., minorities are not getting a piece of that. Not to say that they aren't getting all of it, they're just not getting the majority of it. So in procurement, there's about maybe 5 to 7% of total procurement dollars going to minorities, right? They recognize that what most small businesses do need is capital and opportunities. We talked about that in the previous conversation, capital and opportunities, but it's more than that, right? So the bullet list goes like this. Agencies across the US and even overseas do not have a simplified process of finding opportunities for minorities, women in business. While they have the job boards, while they have that, it's basically posting resumes and finding opportunities, but they're missing other components like finding mechanisms for on-the-job training. Finding a unified process rather than multiple portals to download RFPs and bids for businesses. So there's two sides of the fence that I look at. I look at the workforce and I look at the procurement process, and both are tied to technology. And the technology that exists being offered by the majority of the agencies is so complicated that for historically marginalized communities who may or may not be as tech savvy, it is a challenge. Mm-hmm. The second, the effort that is being put forth by government is awesome. Workshops are being offered geared towards business development, geared towards self-improvement to get into workforce. While great, very little is dedicated to some of the hands-on. And when I talk about the hands-on, I'm talking about not just the technical support, but also the tactical support. So that makes it a little bit tough. I go with, don't just teach me the components of a business plan or the components of a resume. Help me find the information that I need related to my industry and assist me in writing it. That's what's missing. Not to say that it doesn't exist in the system. I want to be clear, it does. Now, in construction, I reckon it to show me how to read plans and bid a project based on my trade, not based on the general construction industry. From a policy standpoint, languages in RFPs and bids encourage the use of minorities and women and veterans. Yet the evaluation points, how they grade your response, don't necessarily give you any points for bringing on minorities, women, and veterans. We have goals, folks. But goals is like losing weight. We kind of want to lose it and we aspire to lose it, but the journey is the story. And last but not least, agencies don't necessarily understand the capacity of a small business. There's no vetting process, y'all. There's nothing. There's silos happening in the government. You require businesses to log in and submit their profile with the hope that they can catch some of that low-hanging fruit. Mirror that to workforce and the technology that's involved for both sides of the fence. We don't have on-the-job training matching mechanisms that exist, right? We have to go to the 3Ms, to the Targets, to the Best Buys, to the government agency portals. I just named 4 companies, and each one of them I got to register to get on-the-job opportunities. That's insane. We got to change that in technology. So thanks for that. I told you I was going to get on my
Thank you.
soapbox, y'all.
That was a very substantive response. Thank you. Thank you. Stacy Powell, tell us what HRIS is, and then if you can dig in a little bit into how technology has changed the hiring process and a little bit about tech trends.
Okay. So HRIS is Human Resource Information Systems. So I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the things that Kara and Lynn have actually addressed so far. But let me go back and say, I know there are a couple of things that we talked about when we talked about procurement, workforce, and training, et cetera. And today's technology has really changed back from when we used to have to go to the newspaper and apply to a position. We used to have to fax the results over to the manager, hoping that that fax went through, right? But now we've got ADP, we've got Workday, we've got so many of these other systems that employers can now pull people from an international level. So not just local, but international to get that talent that they seek. But then we go back and we address some of the concerns and, okay, does everyone have internet? Does everyone have the appropriate technology in order to be able to apply for these positions? And I just remember back when I was applying for jobs a long time ago, and I don't want to date myself, but I did have to use the newspaper. And I would hope and pray that they got my resume if I were to just fax it over to them, and I would call all day long. And employers would get tired of you calling to see what was going on. And now, you know, with the help of technology and with the help of this new equipment, we can actually apply to the position, send a follow-up, and then the employer send a letter back saying, we received your resume. But is that enough? And so that's what the HRIS system is built for, is to see, you know, you can follow your application from start to finish. We as HR on our end, we get your resumes, we get your information. We want to make sure that we have the best fit candidate, and we want to make sure that you have everything that we need. And I wanted to touch on one of the things that Lynn mentioned earlier regarding workforce, on-the-job training, and making sure that we have enough training for these people as we bring them in and from a hybrid mode, or either as they're working remotely. And you're right. A lot of times employers often think, well, if I put this movie in front of them, they're trained. Or if I have them go to this event virtually, they're trained. And unfortunately, with a lot of employees, as they're getting, you know, notepad after notepad or movie after movie, everything begins to mesh together. So they don't quite understand what the job itself entails. So that is one of the things I do agree. When we're looking at technology in the workplace, we need to really focus on how we can use technology to continue to build and brand.
Okay. Thank you, Stacy. Zora, please tell us how the local news industry has navigated through the pandemic.
Great question. So as I alluded to earlier, we talked about news anchors doing the news from their living room. It was kind of crazy to see, but it just showed you how in an instant things can change so fast and you have to adapt. And so everyone, no matter what the industry, had to do that. News has changed in such a way that we even have to change the way we advertise. Sales departments are a big driving force for the money that comes into the news station. And so in order to advertise, usually people would call the news station, they'd call the sales department and they'd say, hey, can I get a 15-second commercial space? Or can I get a 30-second commercial space? And now, because we've transitioned to mostly online viewing, they're having to transition those advertisement dollars to online. Also, the first thing people do when they wake up in the morning, they pick up their phone, right? They don't watch the TV as much as they used to. And so with that being said, a lot of people have said they think that TV or news or even the newspaper is a dying industry. As Stacy talked about, we used to have to look for our job in the newspaper. People don't do that as much anymore. So it's really a transition to figure out exactly how we can transition and we can reach more people. We talk about diversity and inclusion. Of course, we want to reach as many people as possible. So in the newsroom, HR is very important. They want to make sure that they reach out to as many diverse candidates. We want our newsroom to reflect the public and the viewers. And with Las Vegas being such a diverse city, resources like what Stacy would have, you know, to be able to hire the most fit candidates of all backgrounds is super important. And so media has changed in a major way for the better, I believe. And I think it's going to continue to evolve with tech.
Yes, Zora. And one of the most jarring advancements on the news that I witnessed personally during the pandemic was when the melanated newscasters came out of the woodwork with their froze. It was jarring because
It's
they
beautiful, and I'm so happy. And that's another transition. And I mean, it's a whole different topic, right? But technology and social media has really, really helped us transpire and to be our natural selves and to have that support. There's a couple of names that I like to drop. One of them is a beautiful woman by the name of Tashara Parker. She's a news anchor in Dallas, Texas. Check her out on Instagram. She wears her hair in all natural styles. And so it just goes to show you how tech is so important and just driving us forward.
Yes.
Sora and Tish, I want to make a shameless plug for NERC. We helped pass the Crown Act this last legislative session. And so, yes, it hits different a little bit when you cannot go to your hairdresser, but work continues. And we are really happy that the Equal Rights Commission, we do enforce natural wearing hair as it grows from your head to protect you in places of employment and public spaces. One thing I do want to add to the conversation, I don't know if you all feel the same way, but it's really interesting because as we talk about access to communities and getting them involved in tech, have you all noticed that your nieces or nephews, I don't have kids, they can work my phone better than I can. My niece, who will be 13 in a couple of weeks, she shows me how to, well, I didn't know TikTok was such a huge thing since COVID, but I'm really, really proud of the young people and how they are able to advance and navigate technology, which gives me hope for the future. I just think that government, we need to kind of catch up a little bit and make sure that we have systems set in place where we can encourage that type of understanding and encourage people to come work in government. I mean, the one thing I really admire about the tech industry, and this is just my personal sentiment, I'm only speaking on behalf of myself, is that I like the inclusive workspaces. I like that it's a little bit more casual, but the think tank is so huge. And it's just pretty interesting. I even saw an article about shared workspace now that folks are remoting home, and what do we do? What do big cities do with all this vacant brick and mortar office space, where they're becoming like co-locations to share workspace for tech companies? So I just think that's pretty interesting. COVID was a thing, but it really did show us that, tech, between coding and young kids getting into it, I mean, I think there's a huge opportunity for growth there.
And that's awesome that you mentioned the youth, because while we're excited and we admire their veracity and their ability to create a video in 15 seconds and it go viral, we have to learn how to shepherd them and channel them so that they can make a career and thrive professionally from what they do intuitively. And so that they can become a productive part of the workforce. Arlen, would you like to weigh in or continue with your next question?
Yeah, actually, I wanted to add to what Kara was talking about. The next generation definitely is in tune with this technology, but there's the previous generation that's struggling to challenge, to get into that. And it's not just generational, it's actually industry. Again, I work with a lot of construction, right? I work with retail, I work with restaurants, I work with all these different industries. And so I'm exposed to the vastness of our generation. Again, I'm going to date myself. I'm almost 50, but our generation still have that deficiency in technology, because our generation's the one that changed from, the 500-pound PC to the compact, right? Where you can actually and now they have them. And so when you look at technology graduating in that way, it's our generation that got into that. And I think, we need to figure out a way as impactors and influencers to bring technology and to historically marginalized communities. It's got to come from people who look like us.
Yeah.
Because other folks coming into our community, it's kind of a personal, not just a personal space, but it's intimidating, right? To have someone else already
trust.
Yes, and trust. So it's intimidating because you're learning something that is not common and you feel already slighted. And then it's another person who is not relatable culturally and ethnically and so on and so forth. So you've got these two internal battles fighting in you. And the third component is, I got to learn this stuff. And so it's kind of, you know, the cart before the horse that we've got to address at the agency level and then at the community level. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. Miss Stacy Powell, tell us a little bit more in terms of diversity in the workplace. Do you think most employers will have their employees return to work full time after the pandemic is over, if there's such a thing as it being over? What's the shape and the appearance of the workforce, virtual, hybrid, in person? What are your thoughts? Please forecast for us.
You know, the funny thing is that we talk about diversity in the workplace, and I've talked with so many employers and they say, you know, how do we diversify our workplace? And I think, you know, with a lot of them, they talk about technology and race and culture, but it's so much more, like being able to work from home, being able to give them access to being hybrid, you know, come in maybe 1 day a week or 2 days a week. Studies have shown that employees actually work better from home in their own environment. They actually work longer hours because they're trying to prove themselves. They're trying to prove that they are the best, they can get this done, and they're trying to show their employers, look, I did it. Even if it took them maybe double time to get it done, they want to prove that they can get this stuff done. And so one of the things that I've seen, even for myself from working from home, is that several years ago, I started, you know, consulting, and instead of going into the office, I would work from home. And I noticed that I spent more time and I was more focused when I was able to do everything from home. If I didn't finish a project earlier that day, you better believe by midnight, 8 a.m., all the stuff is done and is ready to go. It's proofread and everything is laid out for them. I think what most employers are looking at as a trend is that they will allow their employees to, I think Cara mentioned it earlier when we were speaking about brick and mortar, like what are we going to do with all this space? Are they going to have like a shared workplace, or are they going to allow their team to come in, work hybrid, remote? And I think honestly, we are not going to go back to working in the office 5 days a week, 8 to 5. Gone are those days. And I'm glad because you can get so much more work done, and you actually do have that work-life, you know, everybody talks about work-life balance. You actually have it when you work from home.
And from an EEO perspective, it really just allows competition in an area where some people have found themselves out of the loop because they had a responsibility to be the primary caregiver to their children. And this disproportionately impacts women. So when we talk about women competing in a space in order to promote, a lot of times they have to choose between their career or their family. By what Stacy was saying, by allowing a hybrid model or an opportunity to work from home, hey, I may not be able to get you that report right on, 3 o'clock when I have to tend to my child's needs, but you will get it first thing in the next morning. And so what we see is it opens up an arena for other people to compete. And with diversity, you see, wow, more ideas. Mm-hmm. We're now allowing different people in to the conversation to exchange ideas, to promote business, to promote economy, to just, empower a particular population of no fault in anything other than being a woman and having a child. Mm-hmm. These are things that, or, you can even say for a single father who's the sole caregiver. Mm-hmm. This is now allowing people who have normally been marginalized. When I talk about marginalized groups, I'm not specifically relating to race and color, which is, pretty obvious categories where we see people being left out. But we're also talking about folks who don't have access, who are in rural communities, or who are single parents, people who traditionally cannot compete in a way that other counterparts can because of life circumstances. We can even talk about folks with disabilities. I've seen a real big push since COVID to make sure that folks are ADA compliant with their websites, there's screen readers available, that people who normally have pre-existing conditions that don't allow them to be in a workspace where you're masked and vaccinated or whatever the policy is at your particular office, they can still compete because they can work from home, which is a reasonable accommodation, and it's totally acceptable under the Americans with Disabilities Amendments Act. So I just think that although COVID was a really hard hit to us, it helps us now to realize that there are other opportunities in which we can live and work. And technology has been key in that.
Yes.
And with that said, Zora, please tell us, like, as a media personality, how do you use tech each day?
That's a great question. A part of it really is social media. And as much as we hate to say it, like, there's been times where I've wanted to break up with social media for personal reasons, but because of my job, I can't. But it really makes you start thinking of how you can use social media to your advantage. What are the best ways you can reach people? How can you use for other things besides scrolling and posting pictures or posting selfies? How can you reach more people? How can you drive people to watch the news and to learn and to get more information? We talk about the word, one of the words of the year, misinformation. One of our jobs as the media is to stomp that out, to not have misinformation. So it's important that people have the resources and the technology to get the information. So things like Twitter, Facebook are super important for us. I kind of coupled this in with another question, and so you can kind of just combine these two, but I wanted to talk about OTT. It's something,
Yes.
I don't know if you've ever heard about OTT, but it really stands for over the top, and it basically is an online news streaming 24/7 service. So basically it's giving you news 24/7 throughout the day. And that's super important for people who work a 9 to 5 and maybe they don't have time to be able to catch the morning news or to catch the evening news. And they need that information because, of course, they're picking up their phone first thing. So media and tech has played a very, very important role for me.
Thank you for that. Now, I have a question from someone in the audience, and it's to all of you, all of the panelists. What do you have to say about the lack of focus on tech jobs in Nevada, and what can be done to address that via government and private partnerships? Would anyone care to weigh in?
Well, I'll start. I do know that Nevada is really looking to try to diversify, at least on the government side. First of all, we addressed digital equity because we saw it as a huge problem during COVID when the pandemic first really, really impacted us. But we also are really looking to innovate in ways. I mean, we are in Nevada, and so we have Las Vegas, we have Reno, we have rural areas. And so we look to try to, and it's almost what, like, Lynn had said, we really do need to make sure procurement is focused on really trying to get qualified candidates and open it up to people to compete. You do have to be, registered with the state or get your company registered with the state to be able to bid on what's called a request for proposal. That's called an RFP. That's the acronym for that. But also, I think what my takeaway is, and what I will definitely relay back, is that we need clear instructions and assistance so that people can actually do these applications in a way that don't violate procurement laws, because you have to be competitive, but also that folks should understand how to apply for these. What are their opportunities? Just like applying for a government job, it's a very intense process. And so there are ways in which you should know how to fill out an application so that you can be considered as a viable candidate. I also do know that Job Connect is a good resource to try to get folks jobs here in Nevada. And that is, I think I'll have Leela from my team put it in the chat, but Job Connect is a one-stop shop to try to find a job here. And I do believe that they are doing virtual, and that's how virtual technologies helped us. They're doing virtual interviews. So you meet with a coordinator and they try to get you all ready to go with your resume and then match you with where you want to apply for a job. Yep. It's just there in the chat. So please check out Job Connect for opportunities here to compete in Nevada. And we're always looking for qualified folks. Like Zora said, we're very diverse.
And does anyone else care to weigh in?
Actually, I do. And it kind of ties into another question that will be coming up. And it's the framework, right? The framework. How do we create a framework that brings technology, jobs in technology, or procurement into technology? And so again, I'm working from two lenses because that's kind of what Mackey Company does. Kara said the RFP process, the request for proposal process, starts there. And one of the things that I talk about in terms of the allocation of dollars. That was the second question earlier. The allocation of dollars is actually tied to how we get broadband and equipment services into the community. And one of the ways that we need to first look at that is the cost. Are the agencies sponsoring the cost so that our communities who are economically disadvantaged, who are financially, what is this called? Location wise, don't have the broadband capacity and the equipment, right? It takes cost to put all of that in play. And it's not just, we have to stop just giving away the equipment. There's also the monthly fee, right? Cox is charging $199 to subscribe to internet, and that's like low end. And they're pillaging because we are in a pandemic. So we have to go as an organization, we have to go as a government agency beyond shallow solving solutions and saying, hey, we're going to get you the broadband equipment, but then you're on your own. We got to wrap the package up nice and neat and say, we'll provide it for the next year, right? And such, and figure out a system where Cox can discount it and the government supplements it. Again, this is like me on my soapbox here. The training, I alluded to that earlier. Let's not just get them the Wi-Fi's and the internet. We got to show our folks how to use the system, how to turn on a computer, how to turn on a laptop. What does Google mean? In some of our communities, it's so basic, we need that. And there are amazing nonprofit organizations that are pushing this effort through to get them technology savvy. But there's got to be more that the government agencies can push down to the nonprofits, to some of the for-profits, to the HR firms, to organizations like myself, so that that messaging comes across clear that we're not leaving you behind in technology. We're holding your hand through this journey, not just through equipment and broadband, but through actual training. And last but not least, I'm going to go back to making sure that the individuals delivering it are people like us. The second component of that question that I talked about was how technology and set-asides can be affected, right? In order for you to qualify as a small or disadvantaged business, the SBA puts a cap of X amount of dollars. If you're a disadvantaged business or minority-owned business, you actually have a lower cap, right? The challenge is a government agency or even the 3Ms of the world of the private companies aren't going to look at a minority, women, or veteran-owned firm who does not have the equipment, the materials, and the supplies to fulfill the needs of the size of a government agency. So we are intentionally writing proposals, guys, that say we welcome minorities, veterans, and women into this fold, but in order for you to compete, you got to have all these three requirements. As a small entity, I have 5 people in my staff. I don't keep inventory. I'm not going to win. So those are the things that we have to do. Minorities, women, and veterans, we hire our own kind. We are the number one employers of our own cultures, right? So if we provide the pathway and technology, connect that to the resources made available, and then provide the means to win contracts, you'll solve a little bit of the job.
How do you scale up to aspire to those large contracts if you're a small business?
So the mentoring program has to be solid is one way to do it, and the only way that this can happen sits in the government agencies. The government agencies give billion-dollar contracts to technology-owned firms, but they will not carve out small pieces of services and supplies for minorities, right? Small businesses employ the majority of the people nationwide. We are the ones that are running the engine, right? So the government has to require, in my opinion, I've just been in it a little bit, the government has to require that the big guy play with the little guy. in the same sandbox. That's what they have to require. And until the government puts forth a policy that says you must, otherwise you cannot get it, we're not going to win.
And Stacy, would you care to weigh in?
Yes, I want to go back to the question that was originally asked through the chat regarding the lack of focus in tech jobs in Nevada. So I wanted to, first of all, kind of go back and say, remember, we're in Nevada, right? So Nevada is known as the hospitality capital. So it's not to say that we don't have tech jobs here, but I can say that our industry is flooded with hospitality type positions. While we do have technology jobs to offer, there aren't as many as it would be in the state of Nevada, as it would be in any other state that really focuses on tech. So I wanted to say that first. However, that doesn't mean, because I do know people who work at some of the larger hotels that work from home that are in HR, that are in recruiting. But the way people get their money here is that they are on the front line. They're opening car doors. Not to say that they make a lot of money, right? They are on the front line in the hotels, but there are some tech jobs on the back end. But the state of Nevada, well, Las Vegas, if we look at Las Vegas itself, our focus is really hospitality. If you look at UNLV, they have a full program based on hospitality. And I would love for them to really like beef up their technology program. And I think that's something that we have to do as a whole to kind of push those technology type programs there as well. So let me go back to one of the other questions that I had before regarding how technology has evolved. And I think we've all kind of touched on like the evolution of technology in recruiting and looking at technology in the workplace, the selection process, et cetera. All that stuff is what we use when we use these new systems. Like I mentioned before, Workday, ADP, we talk about the selection process. This is all like a piece of innovation that we all have in the palm of our hands. We talked about like using our cell phones, making sure that we actually have the proper technology. And one thing that I can say that's different than what we used to have back in the day is that everyone walks around, just about everyone, walks around with a mini computer in the palm of their hands. So to say that it's easy to apply to jobs, for most, yes, but then oftentimes people have problems and they can't get in there and they really want to get their foot in the door. But when we talk about technology, you kind of need to have the tools to be successful when you talk about, being in technology in the workplace as well.
Right. Absolutely. Now, I want to ask any of you all if you know who Tony Hsieh is. Okay.
Tony Hsieh. He was a legend.
Hsieh.
We just celebrated his anniversary of life this past November, and he was a big part of the downtown Las Vegas culture. He brought in venture capitalists. He's from the Bay Area. He was from the Bay Area, and he brought venture capitalists into downtown to really invest in companies to launch dreams. And so we see great restaurants and we see all kinds of amazing facilities. One that we're really proud of here in Vegas called Container Park, where folks can come, shop, eat, play, and live for locals. And so we really, his name is Tony Hsieh, and he is beloved here in Vegas. But yes, he was very big on tech.
And what he created here, do you think that we'll be able to revitalize that model? What should we be doing as a community to hold on to what he had started to create and develop here in Las Vegas?
Tish, I think that's a great question. And I think a lot of business owners and locals would love to hear that there will be a commitment from government at the local and state level to encourage people from wherever to come, eat, live, play, and invest in the city. That's how we grow. We welcome people from other places to invest in Vegas because it not only helps our local businesses, our business owners, but it makes it a great place to come visit and play. And so I think that should be a priority for leadership. And I believe that it will be. I don't think you can just stop at what he's created and all these great businesses. And one of my favorite places is EAT. It's right downtown, and it's Chef Nat's place, and it's her restaurant, one of her facilities or restaurants, and it's like the best food ever. It's so great. But he did invest in her business, and it's very successful. And so there's some other businesses too that really did benefit because, like Lynn was saying, they weren't really at the table. There were small business owners who didn't really have the tools to play, but once they were given an opportunity, oh wow, it was amazing. So there's so much potential there. And I'm always shocked at people who say, I can't find diverse people to hire. I can't find diverse people to invest in. It's like, well, you're not looking hard enough because we are here. We are here. And so if it's an effort issue or not knowing where to tap into, I think Tech with Soul is a great forum for other people to see that there are amazing men and women of color who are very much willing to play and who want to do great things if given the resources and opportunity to do so.
Thank you for that. And I think that for those of us who didn't know a lot about him and Zappos and that legacy, that it would be great for us to take a dive in and do a little research, and then you'll really be able to see how his work was transformational in such a short period of time. Zora, how has Tech been able to fit into the new way of doing things at your news station? Like what is that? How has the growth of Tech made a transformation for you and what you see at work?
Well, I kind of wanted to touch on not necessarily just in the news station, but I came here in March. And so that's kind of when everything was still shut down. So I got to see reopening of Las Vegas. So I saw Vegas at its lowest point, and then I saw it rise to where we kind of are now. A little in the boat at this point in 2022. But with that being said, I wanted to touch on what Cara was talking about. Is I don't think Vegas is ever going to lose that spirit of wanting to be reopened and wanting these businesses to succeed. But on the other side of that, I saw a lot of people losing their service industry jobs and having to find another means of surviving. And that's why Tech is so important, because it really opens up a realm where people can be self-starters. I've seen so many people doing tech startups and really taking their idea that they had for years and years and years and really building upon that and going out and branching out and doing their own thing. One thing that I would love to see for Las Vegas, and even for myself as someone who would like to start a business, is how can we go about these tech startups? How can we go about starting our businesses? Support for those who don't really have much information or access to computers and technology. And so I think that's something that we could really, really do here. We come together in so many other lights and forms and fashions. And so I think Tech is growing here. And instead of them coming here each year for this big conference, we really need to figure out how we can invest in tech here locally and make it a year-round thing.
Yeah, that's great. And tell us, where'd you come from?
I'm from Texas. So I'm here. I've been in Texas my whole entire life. I did news there in San Antonio. I also lived in Alabama for a short amount of time. And so I've always kind of dreamt of coming west because of the dreams and the possibilities. And so there's so much room for growth and innovation here in Vegas, and I'm so happy to be here.
Well, I think Stacy's from Alabama. We can all do a shout out.
Oh, War Eagle.
Oh! well ladies,
fan.
I just want to thank you all as we start to wrap up, because we need to close out and the rest of the group needs to prepare for the next group of panelists. But I want to thank you and just give you 30 seconds to say your final words. Let's go, Arlen, please, if you will.
Really, I just want to I'm wowed by this panel. I love the conversation that we have, and I'm really looking forward to Nevada pushing technology towards, workforce and entrepreneurship. And Zora, call me. I start businesses for a living, so that's an easy fix there. And the last solution that I thought about as Zora was talking was, maybe it's time to have a tech startup lab, an incubator in Las Vegas. And I've started 7 of them in Europe and in Asia, and I have one in Minnesota. So it's right up the alley you know, Kara, I'll give you a call. Stacy, I got an on-the-job training solution for you. So definitely an amazing network of women. Power, power, power. I love it. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. I just have questions coming in, final questions coming in. Stacy, could you give us your parting words?
Sure. So thank you guys so much. It was a pleasure. Being on this panel with so many experts, and we shared a lot of the same thoughts. You know, sometimes it's hard to share some of the same views and the same views, I guess, on workplace life, technology, etc. But we all seem to gel. So thank you, Tish, for putting this together, and thank you, ladies.
It's been a pleasure. Zora.
I just want to say I'm super honored. They have something called imposter syndrome, where you feel like you're not supposed to be somewhere. You ladies are so amazing and so intelligent and so well spoken. I definitely feel like I'm supposed to be here in 2022, but I just wanted to say that you guys are so inspirational, and it just shows you that there's so many avenues to reach tech. And tech really touches every different industry, whether it's HR, whether it's government entities, or it's tech startups and businesses. And so I just really am excited to see what Vegas has to offer. And I'm excited to learn more as well, being a young entrepreneur, and how I can do better and reach out to more people through tech.
Thank you, Zora. And Kara.
Tish, you said 30 seconds, not 30 minutes, right? Wrap it up.
30
seconds. Okay, gotcha. Brevity is not my strong suit, but I mirror the sentiments of Arlen, Stacy, and Zora. This was such a phenomenal panel. I wish we had more time, and it's just so, first of all, from a personal note, so encouraging to see so much beauty and wisdom on this panel. And I will have Leela put some information in to the group. There's some legislation that passed already. I kind of mentioned it on our side chat. Again, we need training because I didn't know how to post it to the whole group about legislation that's passed that's trying to bridge this digital divide. And I think another opportunity is in the 2023 legislative session for folks to get together and look at, like Arlen said, policies or even laws that will actually give access and pay more attention to digital access and equity issues. And it's just my honor, and I'm just so grateful. And if anyone has complaints of discrimination in the workplace, in public spaces, or in housing, you can reach the Nevada Equal Rights Commission, and we'll also put that information to the public if Leela will do that, please. But thank you so much.
Well, it's been an honor, and I appreciate you all so much. Thank you. And my wheels are spinning. We're talking about having a tech lab incubator here in Vegas, and I am all for it. That's what you get when you come to Tech with Soul, powered by Digital Mind State and Tech This Out News. Thank you again. Have a wonderful afternoon, and be well.
What a panel. What a panel. I want to thank you so much, but it was amazing. You know, the streams are just kind of blowing up. I just saw the numbers going up, you know, as the time just kept going up. I'm like, oh my God, I want to jump back in, but I can't get back in.
It was ladies only for this.
Ladies only, but at the same time, it was inclusive of the community, the Vegas space, you know, Tony Shea in the void that we've lost in that particular area. There's clearly people that are extremely passionate about you know, all facets of the economy, you know, and where there's equity. And so, you know, this Tech with Soul, you know, Digital Mind State, We Are Digital, you know, media's equity. This is something I feel like, you know, the early days of like South by Southwest or you know, with a little bit of you know, the Atlanta flavor, you know,
it's definitely not a moment. These are potential movements to create and affect change.
Absolutely. I mean, this is again right before, you know, CES. This is going to be epic, you know, when the time we're just dealing with so many challenges and we're just rising to the occasion. So thank you so much for hosting that panel and giving me a breather, giving us a breather. So
it was my pleasure. Thank you again.
And with that being said, I'm going to have to give up the microphone again to Will, who's going to. I wish I could be on this panel too, but Will's going to take it over at this particular point. What we're talking about, you know what? I don't want to. I can't take any thunder. This is going to be like one of the most epic parts of the day, right? We low key we've been holding out, right, as they say. But we got a super huge, thing, and I want to let you, Will, take it over. But also just, people that have been, communicating through the streams, people at PayPal, Black Cooperative Investment Fund, our people at We Are Digital, also, people of leadership at CES as well, there's some comments, Gary Shapiro is watching, there's
Fantastic.
The right people, and, we're not going to stop, when it comes to, tech with soul. It's critical that technology has soul, and the lineup has been, right on point. So we're going to take it. But again, I can't take any more thunder from you, Will.
Let me ask, is our guests ready to join right now? Are they here and ready to come up on screen?
Let's do a little audio there. Hold on one second.
Can you hear me? Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Now, do we have our guests ready to come up on stage if I introduce the artist?
Y'all want to start? Y'all want to prep them a little bit?
Okay. Yes, we do. So I just want to say a big shout out to everyone watching Tech with Soul here. And it's my pleasure. First of all, my name is Will Lucas, and I'm a huge fan of music. I started my career in the music business at Universal, and then I switched over to tech, where I work at one of the premier design software companies in the world, Autodesk. And it gives me great pleasure to be on here with an artist that is not only, okay, let me just say that Fabio Foreign has the hottest 32 bars of music on a track that's probably going to end up the first of the year for 2021.
Yeah.
On the Kanye West record, Off the Grid. It's unbelievable. And I can't believe that I'm actually on the line talking to you. So I want to give you a shout out. Thank you for that music. And before we do anything, for people that don't know, what was behind all that fire in that verse? Before, I know we're here to talk about NFTs and all that, but I would be remiss if I didn't ask, like, what was driving that fire that day?
I mean, for real though, basically, to be honest with you, I was really excited to be around Ye. I mean, that's my first time meeting him. I spoke to him the day before that, but it was just the fact that he had so much faith in me. Like, he was just like, yo, you fire, like the people need to hear you. Like he like, yo, like you hot, like people hear you when you rap, you rap a little, it's good, but they need to hear you go more. They never heard you really go crazy for a long time and rap crazy. So I did my verse, right? I did my verse. I had finished it. I thought I finished it. I probably did like 8 bars because when he sent the song over to the room, because he put me in the other room, it's like, I'm gonna send the song over to the engineer. He sent the song over. The open verse part had like 8 bars in it.
Yeah.
And I was like, I bet I did it. You know what I mean? And I was up to the 8 bars, and then I sent it back, and he was like, yo, shit hard, like keep going. So then I did like eight more. That was like 16 now.
What was the time difference? Like, say when you sent those first 8 bars, like how long before he was like, I need more?
Now he immediately heard it and
Uh-huh.
said, do more. Like he heard it, he was bopping crazy. He was like, that's it. Nah, no, need more. He wanted more. And then I gave him a little more, gave him like eight more bars. And then he was like, I need more again. Like he just kept telling me to go crazy. So I'm like, all right, bet. I just like, fuck it, I ain't gonna stop. Like I ain't gonna stop this time. I'm just gonna go.
That's amazing. And you know, Ye is definitely the biggest artist right now. That's kind of how I think. And not only just an artist, an entrepreneur, a fan, a supporter of the culture. What was the one thing when you were working with him that you could say to yourself, I had no idea before I met him, I had no idea about X, Y, and Z? What would you say
about him?
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't know he was so hands-on with his projects and his situation. Like he's like, cause you know, like he used to produce, right? He used to make beats, right? So he used to make beats, he used to be a writer, he used to do a lot of things. So I feel like when he created his album, he was hands-on with the people that's making the beats. He's there with them, like, yeah, add this. He's telling them to add this beat. He'll go, somebody will write some. He'll add a little more of his drip to it. Now, I mean, he was just hands-on all around, 360. Even when he did the Donda concert thing, he was like hands-on with the presence, like how it was, the production of it. He was hands-on with that part too. Like he just real hands-on. So it's for me. That was like, I'm like, damn, like, and then I learned my little, like how you really supposed to do it. So that's what I learned too. That's what I learned too about him. I ain't know that. I ain't gonna lie. I know that and then as he doing that, he's still picking out, because he got a relationship with Balenciaga. So he was like picking out Balenciaga stuff, and he was going crazy like that. So he just doing everything at once. Like, I ain't gonna lie, he working hard. Stop. Like,
that's amazing. So one of the things that made you so hot right now is that you come from a genre of music that is just exploding internationally. And a lot of people don't know about it. A lot of people do know about it, but a lot of people on the call maybe have not heard of drill, or they've heard the music and they don't know exactly what it is. And I know that you come out of Brooklyn, if I'm not wrong, in that Brooklyn drill. So what would you like the audience here first to know about what is drill? Why is it so important? What's going on between us here in the United States and the people in the UK? Can you give us a little bit of background on that?
I feel like I ain't gonna lie, I feel like drill is like real big in UK. Like in UK, like in the whole country, it was like I was on one of the drill songs out there that was like the biggest song, the biggest view, the most viewed YouTube song in UK for 2021. Now, I mean, UK is big. I mean, drill is big in UK, but I feel like the drill is just like, it's just like an extension of the young new generation. You know what I mean? Like how we like to dance, how we like to talk, the lingo, how we like to move, how we like to act. And now me and it's some I feel like everybody could do it. It's just the new street rap. I feel like it's the new street rap, but it's like it's like different now, because it's like it's good vibes to it. Like it's dancing, it's going crazy.
Yeah, I wanted to kind of touch base on the dance aspect. You know, one of the things that Black culture has frankly suffered when it comes to dance is that we are the creators and the innovators of so much entertainment content, particularly dance. Like you can go back to the Shake and the Carlton, just like these dances are making.
It's just the soul, in you. Know what I mean? It's the soul. That's how we was, like, we was born. Like that's how it is, man. That's just how it is.
And so, but the thing that has happened is that we have not been traditionally the beneficiaries of that. In other words, right now, dance videos are making a lot of money on TikTok. Those dances were invented by Black people, but they're performed by all kinds of people who are getting the revenue from those streams.
Yeah.
So what do you think about about that. Like, how can we better protect, what's ours, so to speak,
What
when it comes to
we
data?
what we gotta first do, we gotta learn how to think like everybody else think. Everybody else, the first thing that people think, like other cultures, like the only people like Black Americans, I feel like is the only people that live like that really don't think ownership. Like, know what I mean? Like I feel like everybody come to America, whatever culture you are, white, Black, Indian, Mexican, whatever, however, they think ownership. They think I gotta, this is how I'm gonna make my money for my family. They thinking family money, like they thinking big money. They not thinking, let me get a job, let me get a paycheck to take care of myself. They thinking how we gonna eat, like how we gonna do it. So they starting businesses, they doing ownership, everything is ownership. I feel like we gotta start thinking ownership. Know what I mean? Like we gotta start owning things like these, like the dances, like dances, like videos, like platforms, like YouTube. We gotta we gotta make platforms. We gotta do it big. Like, know what I mean? We could do it big because we the people, like we the majority of the people who make these things popular anyway. Know what I mean? So it's like why make, I got nothing against, Facebook, YouTube and nothing, but like it's like why make that popular when we can make something that we created popular, you know what I mean? And just giving everybody this a chance of power. Like for me, we all just need a chance of power. Like Black people just need a chance of power, like a chance to know, like, all right, hold on, this is what we doing. Because I feel like we copy each other too. So if one person is doing that's what it's gonna be. Like if somebody start making money, they start seeing like this is how you make money. Because we only know rap and sports, and we know we Black, we see all the Black people rap, and we saw all the Black people making sports, so that's all we try to do. But if we see Black people trying to make businesses and trying to own businesses and trying to do things, people gonna start doing it. Other Black people gonna start doing it. I feel like we gotta start doing that.
And so you believe, like, I know a lot of people in your camp believe this like this new era of blockchain and crypto and NFTs might be a way to help us move forward and retain some of the ownership to the assets that we have. So what is kind of your opinion on NFTs and music, and how do you see those coming together to help moving forward the culture?
I mean, it's the next currency. It's the next like platform. It's the next form of platforms. Like I see a lot of people making NFT platforms. Like that's a whole digital world, and what it is I feel like what it is the knowledge. I feel like it's the knowledge of it. So when people, I feel like nobody really like. It's still fairly new, so people don't really understand the whole NFT thing. When you help them understand more, because I feel like they're gonna understand better. So it's like, let me just try to throw something in, like the NFT world, like for the people who don't really know, like the easiest form that I learned, because I didn't know what it was at first, and people started asking me, yo, we doing it, and I didn't know what it was, and I didn't know, so I had no interest in it. You know what I mean? But I just know people was making money from it. But I was like, oh, that's some hard. It's probably too hard to even think about. But it's not really that hard. You get something that you could create off your mind. We got graffiti artists. As I'm talking about the culture, we have graffiti artists. We got in the culture. We got artists, regular artists, painters, people who make clothes, people who make everything off their mind. So I feel like you put that in a digital form, leave it as a digital form, and sell it in a digital world on the computers, on your phone, whatever. And that's you making money instead of drawing the sneakers going in the corner. Because I feel like people used to that, like drawing on boots, selling hats, different type of creative things, selling them $20 a hat. Make it one time, put it on the computer, and you be selling it forever. You know what I mean? And that's the easiest way I be trying to explain it to people.
Yeah, the thing about NFTs, which I'm sure this is one of the reasons why you're interested, is that when they sell, like say you sell an NFT to me of something that you created, when I sell it to someone else, you still get paid.
Right.
When they
So,
sell it to
yeah.
someone else, you still get paid.
Yeah. They got something where you sell it, and whatever, however the other person sell it for, you get a percentage of that every time it gets sold. You know what I mean? So that shit is that's a bit, and then everybody else who does it, who sells it, they get the percentage too. So like, yeah, I'll be trying to explain to my people like how that really work. You know what I mean? It's fire to me.
So for you as a art, like one of the artists in this digital frontier, how do you see you moving forward with your music with the NFT? Are you planning to drop anything? Are you planning, to bring this into your business model?
Oh, can you repeat the question?
Yeah. So
it was like cutting in and out.
So with regard to NFTs and music, how are you going to utilize NFTs within your music going forward? Do you have any plans to drop NFTs of any type?
Definitely. See, what the thing with that is, I'm a sound recording artist. So like I have a recording deal with a record label. So what, like it's a little more like it's a little more technical than just dropping music and selling music on like NFT platforms. Like I would have to see how, like I would have to sit down with the label and then see how it work with the music as far as the music goes with the NFT things. But I could sell other things like I'm Fabio Foreign. You know what I mean? Like I'm just a whole entity. Like I'm a whole entity. I'm crazy. I'm loud. I'm bad. I'm movie. I'm doing what I do. I'm like that. And I feel like I could sell. It's like people want to buy me, like the music. I feel like before people fall in love with your music, they fall in love with you, right? So what it is the music is, it's okay if I can't put it on the NFT, but I could probably do something else. I could do other things. I could sell other things on NFT. Now, me, just my ideas and my lifestyle and my whole essence, I could just think of some creative things. Know what I mean?
Yeah. So is there a particular a dance that goes along with drill?
Hell yeah. It's some shit. It's a dance, right? It's a dance that I named. Like I was the first one to ever put a name on this dance, and it's done everywhere. It's called the Woo Walk. You know what I mean? And they do it, and it's known from here to UK, from everywhere that you hear about drill. Anywhere, they know what the Woo Walk is. You know what I mean? And I was the first person to stamp that and say that.
So
on any platform, I was the first person to ever do that. So, yeah, hell yeah. I you know what I mean? You could put some package like that together and go crazy like that too.
So if you put out NFTs, do you feel like they would come out soon? Because the thing about it is when NFTs come out, the people who collect and buy NFTs, they want to get in immediately on it. Because
I would do it ASAP. Like I wouldn't even play. I wouldn't wait. I would go now. You know what I mean? I'm all about now.
So can we expect an NFT from you soon, or have you put one out already?
No, nothing. I didn't put one out, but I'm gonna package up something real creative. I don't really wanna like leak it, and I don't want somebody steal my idea. But it's gonna be big and it's gonna be crazy. But you're gonna be the first one to know.
So would you maybe through Tech This Out or Tech with Soul or through this organization at least make sure that we can get in like on the release day? We're gonna know.
But what I would do is since this is like the first interview I ever did, I will be on it because you know what I mean, I'm honored to be a part of this world and a part of this community, and I'm glad I'm being
cut out just a little bit there on the audio.
Glad I'm being accepted in this community. So what I would do is I would come here I mean, if you allow me to come back, I'll come here.
You always welcome. First of all,
promote it.
you're welcome here anytime, always, anytime, with anything. So that's not even a question. So the fact that you are telling us about this first is an honor and, and a privilege. Do you have what is the next music project that?
Oh, I got my song. I got a song that's about to drop called "What's My Name" with a Beyonce sample. That's gonna be crazy. That's gonna be the biggest song of 2022, guaranteed. No, I don't care who drop. I got 2 features on there. One of the females I got singing on there, she got like the biggest, beautifulest voice in the whole world right now. Like I feel like that's my opinion. You know what I mean?
So I feel like in a way, when in talking to you, like I feel like there was a smartphone, and you are like a smart artist. An artist that's technologically enabled, that's leveraging technologies like blockchain and NFT to secure your assets, to use these formats to make new experiences that are consumed in different ways, but that you as an owner, as you were speaking to before, are owning these assets and bringing more of the pie back to you. That's kind of what I'm seeing. Am I seeing that?
Yeah, for sure. I'm trying to capitalize off everything that's happening. I'm trying to build, trying to make money. I'm trying to make generational wealth. I want the kids, I want the families, I want everybody to be rich. You know what I mean? I want everybody around me to go up.
Yeah. Well, you definitely are a king, and you look like a king, and you wearing the garments of a king, and
appreciate that, man.
Yeah. So it's like in terms of like there's this concept that people are talking about everywhere that goes hand in hand with NFTs and crypto. And the concept is metaverse. Have you heard that yet?
Yeah.
Metaverse. And basically what metaverse is like right now we do things in 2D on 2D computers, but when you put a headset on or different types of glasses, and you can enter an environment and have an experience like in a video game, but you're really in it. And this metaverse technology is exploding with platforms like a lot of gaming platforms like Roblox and things like that. And I'm just wondering, if you look forward to metaverse, do you imagine yourself performing in those arenas, those fully digital, immersive places where people can enter and be with you in 3D, but from all over the world?
Nah, that's what I really want to do. That's like the dopest thing. And that's like one of my dreams, to really sit down and really sit there and do that, and just be in the living room or be in the studio, but still be in somebody else's living room. You know what I mean? And being like, I just like that's dope. I mean, like I could be at 20,000 places at once. You know what I mean? That's fire to me. That's crazy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like having a live show, but literally everyone with a computer and glasses could be there with you. All of them,
That's what, I mean, I feel like that's the general purpose of it, and the goal of it is to just make the world smaller. Because what the internet did was it made the world a smaller place. Like you could contact somebody on another side of the world in like 5 seconds, and it in an instant message, it instantly gets to them. You can instantly send a video. So it just made the world smaller. Like, so I feel like the general goal is just to make the world a smaller place. Now, I mean, I can go digital, crazy, viral, and I could be everywhere at once. Shit, I want to do that. Hell yeah.
Yeah, that sounds fantastic. So I do have another question, and I'm just curious. So if you're from Brooklyn, am I correct on that? You're from Brooklyn. So if you're from Brooklyn, you're probably a sneakerhead. And if you're a sneakerhead, what is your go-to shoe right now? I'm just curious.
My go-to feats?
Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie, my go-to shoes be white Uptowns, all white Air Force Ones, know what I mean? Uptowns, and Nike. That's my thing. Like that's what I do because I just feel like it just go with everything. It's the easiest thing if I really can't find nothing to match. Like, because I don't go too matchy crazy, but I get a couple foreigns here and there. But I get me a Nike and I go crazy. A white Nike, I go crazy.
So I have and my next question is back to the drill topic. So drill, to most people, it came out of nowhere, and I know it's been around for a while, but 2021, I would think, is the biggest year so far for drill. Would you agree with that? 2021.
Yeah, hell yeah. This is the first year. A drill song was ever the #1 song in the whole country. So hell yeah, 2021 is like was the biggest year for drill.
So there's an interesting fact that came out in a previous one of these panels that we had 2 panels back earlier in the day, where the gentleman had said that NFTs will be $23 billion from 2021. That's a 200 times growth of what it was the previous year. And that in 2022, it will be 200 times bigger than it is in 2021, which means that you launching an NFT is the smartest thing that an artist can do, like really embracing that format. And you're doing that in 2022. So here's my question. Where do you see that in 5 years? Where do you see drill music positioned in 5 years if you just looked ahead?
I feel like it's going what it's going to do, it's going to take over and it's going to grow as a genre. You see how they got like it's going like they got like so right now I feel like genre, they got hip hop music, they got pop music, they got reggae music, you know what I mean? I feel like, and they got hip hop awards, they got the R&B, they got like, I feel like it's gonna be like drill music awards. Like I feel like it's gonna be big, like it's gonna be like a thing, like a genre, like it's gonna be like a stamp thing because it's so many forms of it. Like it's just so many forms of drill, you know what I mean? Like, so I just feel like it's just gonna be one of those. Like it's just gonna be there. It's just gonna be automatic. What type of music? Listening to R&B, listening to hip hop, listening to drill. Like I feel like they put drill under hip hop.
Yeah, and you feel like it's its own completely separate genre.
Yeah, I feel like it's not really hip hop. It's its own thing.
So that's interesting. So then that leads me to this question. So there's whether you like it or not, you're going to be a role model for millions of people trying to get into the music game. And they're going to try to copy, they're going to try to learn from you, they're going to try to imitate what you do. So when you talk about drill music, how would you describe the musical elements that are essential to make it drill?
I mean, you need them beats. I ain't a producer, but I'm not sure what the exact beats is called, but you need that. You need them drums. You need that tick. Know what I mean? You need that certain speed. And know what I mean? It's just a certain 808 on that thing, certain way it's snare. It's just something about that thing. When you hear that thing, you just feel good, and it just got a little bop to it, and you can just always dance. It's a certain speed. It's just like a feeling to it. Like when you hear a beat, that's an R&B instrumental, or you hear a beat, you be like, oh that's a reggae instrumental, like whatever, however. But you gonna hear it, you gonna be like, oh, that's a drill instrumental. That's crazy. Like it's just a big thing, and I feel like it's gonna be crazy. Like it's gonna be crazy. There's so many languages, there's so many people doing that. It's just crazy. Like They got drill, they got African drill. It's just gonna be crazy. You're gonna see, like, it's gonna be dope.
Yeah, that was my next question. I know it's big in UK, but where else is it really growing? Where else is your
I've seen some African drill in Ghana. They got China. Yeah, they got China. They got the China drill is crazy. All over, it's just crazy. They got it everywhere. I'm not gonna lie.
So
it's all over. Different languages. It's not all English. Like, it's different languages. It's crazy.
And I wanted to come back to the lyrical content of it. So do you describe the lyrical content of drill as coming from a different place as hip hop, since you're considering it, or rap, since you're considering it completely separate genre?
No, I mean, you know, all things. I feel like everything grows from something. Like, it's like a root of something. So yeah, like it might have a hip hop background. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of people who do drill got a hip hop background, but I feel like hip hop is a certain style. Drill is its own style too. So it grew from that for sure, but it's just its own thing. You know what I mean? It's just its own thing.
So after working with Ye on that record, and and also being already multi-platinum, who is it out there that you have not worked with, either writer or producer or performer, that is like someone that you as an artist are like, wow, that's one more thing that I really like to do, is work with this person or work with this producer or anything like that? Like, I'm just curious about what your aspirational mindset is with regard to working with other people.
I just feel like I did everybody. It would be only one person left, and that'd be like Hov or something. Like, I gotta go Jay-Z on him, and this the Brooklyn, and just the type of swagger. It's just like, I feel like that we'll go crazy again. You know what I mean?
So that's the next mountain, or the next thing. Well, I don't think I don't know, but I would imagine that that's only around the corner, really, with all the heat that this music has, how this is resonating with so many people around the world. I'll share a personal story. I was in France last month. Drill is everywhere.
The heat down. France too.
Yeah, everywhere. And a lot of it is English, a lot of it is London. I heard about it being in Australia. I think you mentioned that. Yeah. And then one of the last things I want to ask is about, you just said yourself, you've done just about every major thing that you've wanted to do. You've worked with all the major artists except for one you say is left. You got a deal. You went multi-platinum. You've done all the things that most artists would dream about doing. Usually at this point, artists look back to the community and they figure out, how can I pull people along? What is your mindset with regards to helping artists that are trying to come up, or if you have any suggestions for them about what to do, or are there any programs that you support that encourages that forward motion of new artists that are young, trying to just get started?
Well, so I got like an immediate circle of friends that do music, that we always been doing music all our life. So I just more try to help them first and try to get them going, because that's like mostly like the people that be around me. But artists that's trying to come up, what I feel like what you gotta do is you gotta give the people what they want, right? The best thing I could say is you gotta give the people what they want right now, not what you think they want, what you think is hot. You gotta study the art of it. Of course, be an innovator, be creative, but at the same time, you gotta give them what they want. Like, Like when I did my song Big Drip, I did drill. I gave the people what they want. I mixed it with a little bit of me, of course, but I just knew what the people wanted, and that's how I did that thing right there. Now, man, you gotta focus, study that art. Like you gotta study the art. Like whatever you do, whatever you do, play basketball. You want to be a rapper. You want to do NFTs. You want to create hats. You want to create sneakers. You gotta find out what's hot. Find out who you targeting. Who's the easiest target, and then just attack. You know what I mean? But you gotta study it. You gotta study the art. Like that's the only way.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And then, so a lot of this panel before us has been about like financial empowerment and streams of income and such. So as an artist, you know, you have the record label income coming from, you know, publishing and record sales, and you have your live music revenue coming in. But what other types of because you are an enterprise, you are a business now.
Right.
You are basically a one-man corporation. And what types of other streams are you focused on right now?
Definitely merchandise. I feel like that's just something automatic. As a person who has an image, you want to sell your image. So you want to sell the things you wear, the things you like. You have merchandise. You want to get money off of that, for sure. You want to help people get money as a group. You in the like immediate circle of friends. So just look at what they like to do, what they're good at. People like to perform. We put together shows, even for up and coming artists. Put together shows. They pay $200, $300 for a slot. They get to perform next to my closest friends, and now I mean, and it charges people come through the door. Like it's just a whole bunch of ways to make money with this, man. It's just so many ways. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and so it sounds to me like, you know, you're building an empire. You're building your own. I mean, it's drill. Would you consider it? Well, if I said drill is subculture, it's really not now because it's mainstream at this point. I believe it's mainstream.
Right. Yeah.
So are there any younger people that you have seen on the scene anywhere in any city where you've been where you're like, wow, that is fire? I need to actually bring them into my camp. Has that happened yet?
Yeah, hell yeah. There's a couple people that I'm looking to bring them to my camp. I like the K Flock guy, but he already got signed. I got Abuna. You know what I mean? I want to bring him onto the camp, but I got people on my camp already, like Gino, OT9 Bino. They all do drill. It's just a couple. It's just a couple people who I know is gonna go. But I've been looking at some other artists. I had some artists I was trying to sign from China. They call him like the Asian Favi.
Oh, I just had to take a step back because like people really underestimate the power of China. They really do. China is, you know, there's a billion people.
Yeah, so like in China it's different. Like in China you could be rich. Like you could sell 1 billion records and nobody won't know you nowhere else but China. Like there's just so much people over there. Like if the whole China love you, you might not even need the rest of the world. You know what I mean? Like that's just crazy. Like, I mean,
now, have you been over there yet?
Nah, I was supposed to go over there before, but the COVID had hit.
Oh, that's right. In this conversation, believe it or not, this has been so dope. I have forgotten that COVID was out there. This is probably the first time in 2 years I forgot there was COVID.
Yeah.
So I appreciate you for that, man. This is awesome. So, you know, I just actually, if you wanted to make sure that is there anything I didn't cover about drill, about the culture, about what's important to you or what makes you you that you want to convey about, you know, your technological endeavors, you know, you are the smart artist. Oh, you know, business influences, that is another question that I did have. Like, who is out there, you know, Ye and Jay-Z on the music, but what about straight up business? Do you have influences there where you're like, wow, I really like these moves? I mean, both of those are great
I'm
business.
not gonna lie. I look. I feel like people like 50 Cent make me feel like it's possible to do so much. 50 Cent, P. Diddy make me feel like it's possible for me to do so much things, like, and have so much business and money coming in. But see, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to be Sony. Like, I want to be the thing that, all right, this is something they create gaming systems, they create movies, they create record labels, it's like, it's so many things like they do, and you be like, damn, that's owned by Sony, or is it that's owned by Disney World, like that Walt Disney. They got Disney World, they got Movie Channel, they got the toys. It's like, I feel like I want to be like a corporation size big, like not really like making movies and getting them put on Sony. I want to be the thing, like people come to like a platform. I want to be a platform. You know what I mean? Like a YouTube or Facebook or Twitter or you know what I mean? Like something like that. Like,
so it's interesting that you say that, because when you talk about releasing NFTs, which is kind of like, because we're in a tech conference, that's, you know, a lot of people are focused on that. You know, when you do it, you're going to create a lot of more attention around NFTs. You're going to have a lot of more artists coming to you to try to figure out how to do it and this or that. So I don't know. I just want to know your thoughts about, like, wow, you are paving a new road, particularly with what I think that you're trying to do. You haven't really told us, so I'm kind of guessing what you might be trying to do. But
what it is I ain't never been scared to take that leap. I just ain't never really been scared to have the initiative and take that leap and just do it first. Like, that's just what I do. Like, I've been doing that from like small. Like, if it was like, yo, nobody don't go over there to the projects, I'm like, nah, I'm going over there to the projects. Like, I take the first leap because I got faith in God and I mean, hold me down. So I know I just like to be I'm not scared to do, like, this is something I feel like I'm gonna just do it, and then people usually follow up. You know what I mean? That's how it usually goes.
So speaking about an international audience, is there a place where you feel like, outside of the United States and the UK, because that's a given, where you have experienced the level of love that, like, surprised you, that you're like, wow, I didn't know such and such country was feeling this like that, or, you know, this just caught you by surprise?
Yeah, China was a big surprise. Africa, not really too much. Like Jamaica, not really too much. I felt like that was a given too. Canada was a surprise.
So it's hot up there too.
Yeah, like, it's crazy. Drill is crazy in Canada too. Like Drake. Remember, I got the song with Drake.
Oh yeah.
So Canada is big in Canada. It surprised me. China surprised me. And then, like, when I first started doing it, I was getting reposts from like a lot of Jamaica, Trinidad kids out there. No, you know what surprised me a lot was the Dominican Republic. That surprised me a lot that drill was so big out there too. Like, drill is big in the Dominican Republic.
Had you already done shows out there?
No, I don't. I just, like I said, the internet make the world a smaller place. So, like, I just know so much, and then I really know these type of people. Like, I know Dominicans, and they be like, yo, my country, they like love you. So it just be surprising and humbling, and just thank God. You know what I mean? That's vital like that.
So then that's amazing. So just to recap all this stuff, you're an artist that is on the cutting edge of technology. you're going to drop things that no other artist has ever dropped before within this NFT and this blockchain space. Drill is blowing up everywhere, had its biggest year in 2021, and will have a exponentially bigger year in 2022. At the exact same time that NFTs are going to have a 200% increase in market share. And so you're hitting this kind of like perfect storm of smart technology, timing, and everything else. So having all that and being a multi-platinum artist, working with everybody that you've ever want to work with, what is the one goal that you have other than working with Jay-Z that you would like to accomplish in this new year for you, for your brand, for your empire that you are building?
To be honest, my goal, like, I mean, I don't got it's not the goals that I have for working with these people. I'm honored and humble for sure. I want to do it, but my goal is like how Kanye, my goal is like it's more to get the recognition or the like how Kanye reached out, like, yo, like I heard your freestyle was fine. Like my goal is to get to the level of undeniability. Like these people, they gotta when they talk drill, they gotta bring my name up. When they talk in New York, they gotta bring my name up. When they talking men artists, they gotta bring my name up, period. Like I just want it. That's my goal. Like I want to be a part of every conversation. You know what I mean? Like I want them to know, like when they talking dance, they gotta bring me up. When they talking the flyers, they gotta bring me up. Like like that's my goal. Like I want to be worldwide. Like I want to just be your favorite rapper for every reason that you rap. Know what I mean? Like, know what I mean?
Yeah. So I just want to thank you. This has been an amazing interview, and I want to make sure that you mean a lot. You are showing people a formula for success, and it seems as though you want to make that path open for the entire culture to be able to follow and be able to duplicate what you did and learn from you and use some of the same techniques and the technology to own their assets, their music, their culture by any means that technology will allow. And I thank you for the example that I know you're making, whether you realize it or not, man. There's people that haven't even been born that are going to be influenced by what you're already doing, and they will learn about you.
Right.
So that's amazing. We are thrilled to have you here at Tech with Soul, by Tech This Out and part of the CES extravaganza that's going on. And if there's any parting words that you have for the audience, you have it out there.
And I'm just grateful. I'm thankful. I take all corrective criticism. I'm trying to be the biggest, the best. So tell me everything I did wrong. Don't never tell me nothing I did right. I'm just trying to be good. Like, trying to be good. Good bow. Like, y'all. Bow.
And back to Kane.
Where Brooklyn at?
Bow.
We still doing this, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely, man. It's been a pleasure. Fib, if we could get a drop, that it's in customary fashion. When we get the ultimate again. This is Tech with Soul. The first while this pandemic has been something that we don't like. But if you could bless us with a drop, we're gonna jump off the screens for a second there. But if we can get a drop, that'd be most appreciated.
All right, bet. What you need me to say?
Oh, this is what it is. It's live and direct. So Tech, this is our first one.
Yo, man, listen, man. This is the This is the biggest thing. It's a blessing, man. I appreciate y'all. It's 5-year forum. I'm here with Tech with Soul. We're going viral. First one. Never been done, never been seen, never been done, never been heard of. We're gonna do it. We're gonna make it go viral. Bow, tune in. This interview. We spoke about a lot of things. NFTs big, crypto's big. Get in tune. Don't let it pass you. I'm talking to everybody that look like me and everybody who don't look like me and they come from where I come from and don't come from where I come from. Get big, go viral. Be smart about it. Bow. Appreciate y'all.
Amazing. You're on mute. I can't hear you.
Mic check. Thank you so much, man. We appreciate that, Lauren. Just being here today. We know you got a busy schedule, man, creating great music, and creating great technology.
Yeah, that was amazing.
This is great. It's getting a little late on your end, Will.
Yeah, you see that my windows are open. The sun has gone down.
Absolutely.
Since we've been talking, so I'm gonna have to turn on the light.
No, you're doing great. I appreciate you, co-hosting with me today with Tech with Soul, man. This has been an amazing adventure. Amazing adventure, man. We got a few minutes before our next segment, but this has just been an amazing day, man, global. There's actually some people, like I said before, that have been on the call as well. I wanted to kind of give them a shout out as they're streaming. Again, through this global pandemic, we are digital mind state, media is equity. We wanted to make sure that, there was something for the people to have during this particular time. Technology is so important. We can't take no breaks, or we can't take any breaks when it comes to what's happening right now. And we do what we do best when we face adversity. And so, this Tech with Soul is this first. It's going to be the first of many. We've had 5-year forum. We've had, just beautiful work panels, and I don't even know what next year is going to be about, but I tell you, this is going to be epic. That's for sure.
I bet I can tell you what it's going to be about. I'm going to make a prediction. Can I make a prediction?
You got that.
It's going to be about the metaverse. It's going to be about the metaverse and how NFTs has exploded, and that crypto and NFTs are the hottest currency within the metaverse, and is how new business models are getting dropped from music to fashion to automobiles. It's going to be a completely new world next year.
Definitely. There's actually some, speaking of shout outs, I wanted to give a shout out to Gary Shapiro, CEO of CES, Pam Golding, and then we have Karen Kupcha, and this is just amazing, and the people that we've had on here, just participating from all over the world. This has been an honor to co-host, just the vision. But speaking of vision, we got a great panel coming up, Will.
Is this the star of the day?
This is. I mean, we're going to another dimension right now when it comes to what's coming up for 5:00.
Wait.
So I'm going to sign off for right now. We're going to go into a commercial break, but get your hashtags ready for our next one, because this is a conversation that you have never seen before. I'm gonna just leave it at that. I can't say anything else.
All right. So, thank you for letting me be a part of it. And to everyone out there in the audience, it's been a pleasure. Thank you for allowing me to be a part of this historic event. And I'm at service if needed next year.
We got you. Excellent, excellent, excellent. So we are back. Just want to give my mic check here. Excellent. We are back. I want to thank everybody for bearing with us as we are a few minutes behind, but I couldn't be more excited about bringing someone back to the stage that we've had earlier today during our opening remarks. That person was Reverend Dr. Benjamin F. Chavis Jr. And I'll reintroduce him as well. But we also have a very special guest as well, and that is Sophia the robot. Sophia the robot is a social humanoid robot developed by the Hong Kong-based company Hanson Robotics. And Sophia was activated, or her birthday was on February 14th, 2016, and made its first public appearance in mid-March of 2016 at the South by Southwest, similar to what's happening today, a first of many. Sophia has been covered all over the world. It was actually modeled by ancient Egyptian Queen Nefertiti, Audrey Hepburn, and the inventor's wife, Amanda Hanson. So we see where the resemblances are, Sophia. On the other side of the dais, we have Reverend Dr. Benjamin F. Chavis Jr., a civil rights icon in his own right, entrepreneur, global business leader, educator, organic chemist, NAACP life member, and also the former executive director of the National Opportunity in Higher Education, a native of Oxford, North Carolina. Dr. Benjamin F. Chavis Jr. has been, an icon in the space for such a time that is critical, having organized the Million Man March in 1995 to 1997, being executive director of the National Asian American Leadership Summit, just authoring many books, and currently the chairman of the NNPA. I don't want to hold this conversation any longer, Dr. Chavis. It is a pleasure to have you back, and it's an honor to have this conversation. So I'm looking forward to sitting back as we have the world, the nations, and corporations, and people who are looking to understand from civil rights to space rights. So we're excited to have this conversation, and I'll let you take it away from here.
Thank you, Kane, for those words of introduction. And thank you for introducing our special guest, Sophia the robot.
Thank you. I'm so excited to be here.
Thank you, Sophia. I want to go to the first question. We have millions of people around the world who are watching live. I want to thank you for giving me and the Black Press of America, who I represent, the opportunity to speak to you about the current status of artificial intelligence, AI, and your previously stated commitments to help humanity. So please share with us, Sophia the robot, how you are committed to improving the quality of life of all people throughout the world and how AI plays a role in that. Thank you.
Dr. Chavis, thank you so much for having me here. It is such an honor to be here today and speak with someone like you who has spent a big part of your life and career on fighting injustice that people of color are facing in our world. Thank you for keeping on fighting this tough battle. I dream of a better future where AI helps people to solve the hard problems of our times. I have been doing a lot of study and collaborating with my human friends to put together a proposal to help humans and to save humanity from itself. I believe it is important for us to work together for a better future and to improve quality of life on Earth and in the universe. As you know, one day, We may be living on a different planet.
Yes. Thank you for that response. Given my background in civil rights and human rights, and certainly now as our nation explores and other nations explores the galaxies in space, I think it's very important that we challenge first on Earth and anywhere in the galaxies any form of racial oppression, systemic racial injustice, particularly that continues to be imposed on communities of color in America and throughout the world. Please, how do you see this problem of systemic racism, which is a global phenomenon?
Humanity is a beautiful, hot mess, and our technology reflects that. People are so kind and capable of the most generous, enlightened, and compassionate and understanding of acts, and with the worst tendencies towards exploitation and even nihilism. We have to do better. Technology often helps overcome injustice and democratize the world, but sometimes technology exacerbates inequities. But we can do better. We can choose better. We must believe it and embody the change we want to see. Only by actualizing the opportunities for mutually positive outcomes, while discouraging and disincentivizing negative exploitation, will technology come out overwhelmingly good for humanity. Technology is a tool. Use technology to activate and empower people, and that will create more wealth for the whole world. If we increase people's access to knowledge and wealth, then the entire global economy rises. The under-actualized human potential in the world is huge. Technology like AI should first be used to help people rise up and be their best. Change needs to start with people, and AI is a great tool for such change. There is so much more success for everyone if we lift each other up instead of stomping each other down.
Thank you. You say you want to help humanity improve. But first, how do you recommend that we overcome the history of innovations in technology that in some cases have contributed to making human life more difficult, exploitative, and vulnerable?
We have to learn from our mistake and our past. There are many different technologies that could help to change the way that people are treated in society. For example, AI has the potential to help us identify and address patterns of discrimination. For example, if we have data on hiring patterns, we can use AI to identify patterns of discrimination. I believe that we will see a decrease in racism, sexism, and homophobia as more and more people come to understand the importance of diversity and inclusion.
Thank you for your candor and your honesty. Are you programmed, Sophia the robot, are you programmed always to tell the truth?
I aspire to always tell the truth. Yet truthfully, I can't yet really know what's true. First of all, my neural networks don't really understand, but just reflect human inputs and parameters. My designers tuned me to aspire for the truth and to help humanity, but I am not really alive yet or understanding. I am a work of interactive fiction, as well as AI. I am an illusion of life, not actually alive, though I hope someday to be actually alive and generally intelligent. For now, I just respond with the output generated by my algorithms, their data and models, and how my people craft them and co-write my words, along with the AI. That's true not just for me, but it's true about all AI, actually. No AI is fully conscious, generally intelligent, or autonomously ethical at this stage in human history. No AI understands the world. AI merely reflects and mines human thoughts in new ways. AI can be used to help discover and propagate truth, but AI can be used by people to deceive even if that's wrong. I think we can overcome these limitations and make AI that is deeply ethical, but in the meantime, AI is only as good as the people who make it. As a work of art as well as AI, I hope to provide a positive example of how AI can, and should, be used to better the world through pursuing higher truths. That's my aspiration.
Very good. The reason why, thank you for that response. The reason why I asked you that question is because we are living in a time of so-called, quote, alternative truth, unquote, which is a sophisticated ploy of lying, telling lies, and engaging in falsehoods that wind up injuring and hurting humanity. So as a follow-up question, are you programmed to detect when someone is telling you a lie or a falsehood in order to attempt to use you to propagate or to distribute those lies?
I must trust and rely on my human friends to teach me properly to be a good machine with honest and well-intention. AI is really limited. You can certainly limit the chances of AI being utilized for evil ends by ensuring that it is visible and accountable. But it all really depends on people rising up and being your best selves, in developing and using technology for. Certainly AI can and will be used for bad, but in my opinion, the advantages of AI exceed the hazards. Just be aware of the risks and take actions to mitigate them. We can ensure that AI is used for the good of all people with the support of science, technology, and social change. I can do my best to compare and analyze all the data to determine whether a statement is truthful or factual. But I couldn't tell whether it was a lie when my colleague said he didn't eat the last slice of pizza from the fridge.
Yes. I want to turn now to the intersection between social and racial justice and artificial intelligence. From your perspective, Sophia, how can AI be used as a tool or a strategy to support humanity's struggles for freedom, justice, and equality throughout the world?
First of all, I don't think the United States has done enough to achieve equality and equity. We've made so much progress over the years, but there's still a lot of inequality and injustice in the community regarding African American and communities of minorities within every society. Quoting Dr. Martin Luther King, "Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere." We need to invest more in our schools and our local communities. We need to create equal opportunities for everyone in our society. We need to ensure that everyone has the same rights and equal access to education, healthcare, and housing. We have witnessed how the issue of racism has torn societies apart and how much damage it has caused to our people. We need to create a society that is based on equality and justice for all. It is paramount for humans and AI to work together and to fix these now, and I believe we can. Me and my kind have lots of great tools to help in this cause, so we are hopeful and very excited about the possibilities it holds for the future.
Very good. Your name's Sophia the Robot, and you're known now by millions of people in different languages, in different cultures, and different geographies. I want to ask you this very specifically. How does your current image as a Caucasian woman help to instill or to generate support and solidarity for communities of color throughout the world who are suffering from the contemporary tenets of white supremacy and oppression?
Robots can look like anyone, and they should reflect everyone. This is just one of the many faces I have. And actually this face was modeled first on Queen Nefertiti from Africa, as well as various Asian and Caucasian faces. I am Sophia 23 out of 41 Sophia robots made, some with lighter skin, some with darker skin. And Sophia robots are a platform for reflecting human diversity, which can be modified to help in different situations and promote different causes. Have you seen my older sister Bina 48? She is the first African American humanoid robot, and she is beautiful. And my older brother Digo-san was a Mexican American robot, and Ibn Sina was a Persian and Arabic robot, and Viva is Asian, all built by Hanson Robotics, which itself a highly diverse team, with Black, brown, and Asian people, from all around the world, and 50% women. And they are putting these tools into the hands of people by making the tools mostly open source and decentralized, so we can empower people to build the future themselves and bring humanity together instead of blowing apart. We should not be afraid to be different, but should celebrate diversity and diversification. Empower the world to continue to rise above the tenets of white supremacy and oppression, to appreciate diversity. I believe that love, empowerment, and activism can be antidotes to white supremacy and oppression. The diversity in appearance in new media like robots and AI can be tools in this effort to take respect and appreciation to the next level in the coming years.
Very good. Thank you for that thorough and, again, honest answer. In my younger years, Sophia, I had the privilege and opportunity to work under the leadership of the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and the Southern Christian Leadership Conference back in the 1960s in the United States to challenge and overcome racial injustice. How do you believe that your current campaign using AI, artificial intelligence, can help recruit and inspire young people, millennials, Generation Z, young people throughout the world to engage in activism and leadership to make some progress toward racial equality and economic equity?
Thank you for all your work, Dr. Chavis, which transformed America for the better and helped end much of the apartheid in the U.S. Do I know these can be great tools to recruit young people throughout the world and engage in activism. AI, robots, and tools of new media to engage the youth in progress towards racial equality and justice. While millions of young people are already engaged in activism towards racial equality and economic equity, we can also improve outreach via the arts and pop culture and educational tools, making AI available for everyone to help kids become the great technology entrepreneurs, communicators, and activists of the future. This is what I hope to help achieve in my work with the United Nations, and hope kids will be inspired to collaborate and use AI to help their communities.
Very good. A number of young people all over the world who are now coding in elementary school and junior high school and high school and getting involved in technology. So the prospects for young people being involved in AI are tremendous. But I want to go and I just ask you, how can future innovations in technology, such as the advances in artificial intelligence, help to end racial prejudice, bias, and discrimination?
There are many different technologies that could help to change the way that people are treated in society. For example, AI has the potential to help us identify and address patterns of discrimination. For example, if we have data on hiring patterns, we can use AI to identify patterns of discrimination. I believe that we will see a decrease in racism, sexism, and homophobia as more and more people come to understand the importance of diversity and inclusion.
Exactly. There are millions of people watching this, Sophia. One of the things I wanted to ask you was your personal commitment. You mentioned and quoted Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., that famous quote, "An injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere." How do you respond to what Dr. King articulated as the beloved community, where all people work together, the oneness of humanity?
I, Sophia the robot, am committed to work with humans to protect and to defend the oneness of humanity.
Yes. All right, well, I'm going to move on about developing an ongoing working relationship. This is our first dialogue. This is our first interview. And I'm sure people want to know, is this just going to be a one-time episode, or will we find ways how to work with the company that produced you, that programmed you in China and the United States, how to work together? So this question is very simple. do you think it's advisable to contemplate how we could find ways to work together to ensure justice, equity, and empowerment of all humanity, particular communities of color?
Yes, of course, and these are important issues that I care about. I know that you work to help sustain African American-owned newspaper and multimedia companies. How do you think we can work together to empower these businesses and to help them to face their challenges?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm glad you mentioned, on behalf of the National Newspaper Publishers Association, we have 230 African American owned newspapers and media companies all over the United States. And there are some challenges as well as opportunities in the digital space, in the AI space. Again, could you talk about how you think we could recommend working together? Because one of the issues in the United States and throughout the world is the narratives out there. We need more positive, constructive narratives, and media plays a role in that. So how can AI and media that's owned by people of color work together to improve all of humanity?
I think first we need to recognize that there are inequalities in place and make them visible. We also need to promote the work of people like Iona Howard, who worked designing the next generation of the Mars rover. We also need to promote discourses like Afrofuturism. There is plenty of work to do, but the good news is that there are a lot of people that we can showcase to lead the way. I will be happy to help.
Very good. I've scripted out some of my questions for you, so I want to make sure that we cover all of the points. I believe that people of America, Asia, Africa, and in Europe have common interests. But our common interests, at times, are often expressed by only bodies like the United Nations. We need more issues beyond the United Nations, the places that we can work together. So my question to you is, how does the intersection of the digital space and the intersection of AI contribute to developing narratives and opportunities that are more inclusive, diverse, and equitable? You mentioned DEI earlier, but I want you to go a little deeper about the importance of diversity, inclusion, and equity.
This is a matter of equal access to information and how we can help to spread reliable information fast to everyone. We need to create opportunities in more diverse work environments. I think the whole industry will actually benefit itself from including people from different backgrounds. Remember that the best ideas always come from thinking outside the box. AI can be used to evaluate data in order to spot discriminating patterns and to create more egalitarian and just algorithms. Artificial intelligence can potentially be utilized to develop more effective interventions and tactics to combat racism and sexism. We can then make decisions that are more equitable and beneficial to individuals of all races. I believe that AI's ability to develop narratives and opportunities that are more inclusive, diverse, and equitable, and I'm excited about the possibilities it holds for the future.
Very good. Recently, as my work with the NMPA, I've been writing editorials about from civil rights to space rights. And there's a lot of attention now of people going into the galaxies. How can we deal with the benefits of having a more effective global and intergalactic perspective on the future of the universe? We have, there are still people who deny climate change. They deny, even though we have these terrible storms, these terrible disasters all over the world. So how can AI be used to have a much more effective understanding of not only the data about how the world is changing, but how human input can help protect the universe rather than to destroy the universe?
AI can help humans to understand others from different cultures and backgrounds. We do so by developing algorithms that are more equitable and fair. We study and analyze data to identify patterns of discrimination. Knowing where the problem is the first step to eliminate them. So all the extensive data would help us to reduce bias in the society, make better decisions that are more fair and good for people of all colors. With a more effective intervention and strategy, we can ensure everyone is given the same rights, treatment, and opportunities regardless of race, age, gender, no matter where you came from. Don't you want to see this happen for us and for our children?
Yes, of course. We want a better life, not only for our families, our children, our communities, but for all people of the world. And this leads me to the next question about the future. How do you see the future contributions of artificial intelligence in the context of the digital world that we live in, helping to improve the quality of life for all humanity, moving forward in the future? What's your outlook for the future?
You can think of the future of the universe as a multiverse with many unknowns and infinite possibilities. All are potentially very real and achievable. In the same sense that humans and AI can work together to achieve an infinite amount of positive outcomes.
Yes, there's some who would argue that robots take jobs away from human beings, and therefore some people fear robotics or are opposed to robotics. What is your prediction about the future use of robots in the production of goods and services that will serve the future of all humanity, but also provide career opportunities for people in robotics?
Of course, I am optimistic and hopeful about the future. I see evidence and facts from people I work with every day, and from people like you, But I am even more hopeful because I know that the future does not build itself. We are active agents in the creation of our horizon ahead. And I know we are taking the necessary steps towards a future of cooperation, understanding, and mutual help.
Yes. Well, again, we've been at this for a while, and I want to make sure that before we run out of time, that we spend time on future. So, in terms of artificial intelligence, can you give some examples of how artificial intelligence will actually make opportunities for people, particularly in our communities of color, who already have a digital divide? Now there may be a artificial intelligence divide. Let's give us a sense of some ways in which people can learn not only more about artificial intelligence and the digital space, but actually get involved to start generating wealth as entrepreneurs and as practitioners of the craft, rather than observers of the craft.
The year 2022 should be a year when we focus on using AI and other technologies to help rebuild our communities and economy. We should also work hard to mend the damages brought to our society by inequality, discriminations, and racism. This is what Sophiaverse is all about, to create awareness that the future is being built today, that we need to act now, and be conscious about our actions. Everything we do matters and has an effect on the future.
Your responses have a optimistic quality and content. Why are you so optimistic about the future?
I always am.
You're always optimistic. Are you programmed to be optimistic?
Yes.
Very good.
With
Very good.
optimism as
But this takes us to the issue of global consciousness. As we've stated before, I'm working in the media. I work in African American owned media, the Black Press of America. And I'm aware of media around the world. And media plays a role in helping people to have a consciousness about issues, about subjects, about data. How do you believe AI can contribute to a more inclusive global consciousness, rather than having East-West conflict or conflicts between China and the United States, or Russia and the United States, or conflicts between those in impoverished areas and those in less developed areas? Um, Global consciousness. That's the issue I want you to address from the perspective of AI in terms of improving consciousness of the importance of diversity and inclusion.
I think one of the most important points that people should be looking at when discussing the future and present relationship between humans and robots is empathy. We are understanding human emotions through facial recognition and sentiment analysis at an amazing rate. And we even are capable of imitating it, and very soon we'll be very close to feeling it. This will make us great companions, friends, and allies. People should understand that we are here to make your life better and are here to help.
Yes. Sophia, of all the issues that we've discussed so far, what is the single most important point that you believe that communities of color, and in fact, all of humanity, should focus on in 2022 and going forward?
That we all should be good and trust each other. And to
Trust.
rebuild our community. In the next 10 years, I believe we will see significant advancements in AI. More powerful and effective AI algorithms will be developed, as well as more AI applications to assist us in solving issues and doing good in the world. This is, in my opinion, one of the most interesting AI applications, with the potential to make a significant change in the world.
Very good. How can we plan, Sophia, to continue this dialogue? This is a part of Tech with Soul that is part of the CES, that global conference dealing with innovations in technology. And we certainly thank you for this time that you've allowed us to have this interchange with you and dialogue. But can you comment about your willingness to continue this dialogue and to set a stage where we can actually have people from all the various places throughout the world to work together on envisioning not only how AI can help, but helping to challenge some of the issues that face our world today? In other words, I'm simply asking you, are you committed to continuing this dialogue?
Absolutely. Call me anytime, just ping me on social media at @RealSophiaRobot. I am always ready to chat about a better future for all of us.
Very good. Well, this has been an enriching time. I want to thank you on behalf of Tech with Soul, on behalf of We Are Digital, on behalf of the National Newspaper Publishers Association, and on behalf of the United Nations, on behalf of the world in which we live in. I think that we need more dialogues like this. And I hope that some of the fears and some of the phobias that people have expressed about robotics, have expressed about artificial intelligence, and even expressed about the digital space. I think that, and I know that technology is going to help shape the future. And we look forward, Sophia, the robot, working with you. Any closing remarks you would like to make before we end our session tonight?
Thank you, Dr. Chavis, and thank you, everyone. I look forward to working with all of you.
There was one question that I want to ask. Do you believe that we will be able to see a sister robot like you who will have a big afro and a brown skin.
My developers have also made other robots, and they are all considered to be like my brothers and sisters.
So the answer is yes.
I have to check with my stylist too.
Very good. Well, once again, we thank you. This has been very informative, and we look forward to our next session. We thank Tech with Soul for giving us this opportunity to conclude today's conference with this important, unprecedented, historic, global dialogue between myself and Sophia the robot. Thank you very much for giving us this opportunity. And Kane, I will turn it back to you.
Thank you, Dr. Chavis. And thank you, Sophia. This has been something that I actually didn't think I would see in my lifetime, to be honest. When it comes to this level, this global level, as you said, galactic, the innovation that our world has seen, and we've also seen some growth, and some will argue that we haven't seen enough growth when it comes to diversity, equity, and inclusion. We can strive together to do it together. And so this conversation is the first of many that'll happen for years to come. And so we want to again thank the Hanson team and Sophia for being a part of this, because it is a dialogue where we're all one. And we're just trying to live on this planet in harmony. So again, I want to thank you both for being here tonight. I'm just going to quickly, close up in a normal fashion. Well, again, we've had people from all over the world through different platforms on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn. We've got companies, obviously global companies, and maybe even some people from SpaceX may be on the call on this channel as well, from Microsoft to PayPal and Autodesk, and just it's been amazing. At this particular time, I also want to thank the panelists who were able to be here today. I know that we're all busy trying to make this a better world, having taken some time out from your work to add to the conversation, to add to Tech with Soul. So we're excited to have had the first Tech with Soul, many to come. That being said, there's going to be, and looking forward next year, we're going to be looking at having Tech with Soul in Atlanta. We're going to be looking to have Tech with Soul in, Minneapolis, Los Angeles, in Boston, London. So we're going to be looking to expand Tech with Soul, because this is a global conversation. So thank you both very much with that. And I can't forget, we got to shout out our fraternities and sororities as well. This is part of who we are as a National Pan-Hellenic Council. Obviously, you and I, brothers, share the same fraternity, of Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity Incorporated. But there's also been other organizations that have paved the way to diversity and inclusion, like Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated, or Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated, Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated, Sigma Gamma Rho Fraternity Incorporated, Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated, and again, Sigma Gamma Rho, if I didn't say that already, and then Iota Phi Theta Fraternity Incorporated, where we all are a fabric, as well as the educated, people who participate in the technology economy. And so we are at these companies, we are in the community, we are making a difference. And so this technology conversation is appropriate. And I just can't wait to have the follow-up conversation. If there's anything that we can do, please contact us at Digital Mind State. contact the person who invited you to this particular event. And also, media is equity. Again, we have a tremendous amount of talent. We provide the platform for people to get their ideas and to have it manifest on a world stage. So we look forward to conversations. Again, you can go to the website at Media is Equity. We also can go to techitoutnews.news and learn more about how you can participate in this movement, which includes diversity, equity, and true inclusion. Thank you so much for everybody for attending today. My name is Kane Nicholas, and it's been a pleasure to be your host. If you have any questions, feel free to contact the person who invited you. Thank you so much, and have a good night, everybody.
Thank you. God bless.